Well, hello. Welcome once again to Stream. I'm your host, Stream. It's been quite a week, don't you think? This week, and I thought, people are always asking me, how come you don't just make fun of Kurzgesagt? How come you don't do that? And I thought that would be a fun thing we could do together, you and me. You and I, personally. I'm speaking exclusively to you, Daryl. Poor Grumbletum looked awful hungry. Yeah, he's... Ooh, poor guy. Never gets enough. Never gets enough. How come I don't dance no more? I've never danced. Dancing is against my Maoist principles. Hold on, let me get the joint chat going, because otherwise, and this is not a knock on Twitch viewers, I know it's very competitive, but I tend to just read the YouTube chat. It moves much faster. There we go. Oh, I gotta log in? Are you kidding me? Sorry, I actually did set everything up in advance for once to have a good profesh stream for you lovely folks, but then I took too long in the shower. This always happens. If I shower while I'm on Vyvanse, then I just like get stuck in the shower. It's very strange. Get my password from my password manager. Hold on. It's National Password Day, by the way, so everybody get your passwords right. Use a password manager. Now I got to do a CAPTCHA. Trust me, I am not a robot. Here, use these to enhance your algorithm. Makes surveillance capitalism even worse. Was it a nice shower, though? No other kind, baby. We love a shower around here. Everybody post your passwords in chat. Yeah, post your passwords and we can all decide whether they're strong enough. Oh my God, the CAPTCHAs are out of control. And I know it's going to make me do... I know it's going to make me do two-factor authentication anyway. Okay, it's just not letting me do it. That's all right. Happy National Password Day, everybody. One of the most common passwords is password 1235, and I respect that. That is kind of genius. This leads me to one of my favorite factoids, and I use factoid wrong. Factoid actually means something that is believed to be true, but is not commonly believed to be true, but is actually false. In this case, I'm using it to mean a little baby fact that we can talk about and have some fun listening to me talk about. It's if passwords were just a short grouping of words, they would be both easier to remember and more secure. But instead, we go through this security theater of like, what if you put a special character in, and also there has to be a case change, and it's like it could just be like, remember these 4 words. Much simpler. Just became my favorite person for knowing the actual definition of factoid. Yes, the actual definition of factoid is one of my favorite factoids. And now I'm your greatest enemy. Cumberland Bandersnatch, thank you for the subscription, even though you say I'm personally offended. I don't know what you're offended about. If it's because you if it's because I don't really know if I want to see the new Doctor Strange movie, then I apologize. It just seems like a lot, and I didn't like the first one. Bobby Duke the Bobby, once again, back again with the gift subs. Thank you very much. Some might say, I'm not saying this, there are people saying it. Some might say, too generous. I've heard people say this in the world. Hold on, let me fix up my monitors. They only let passwords be so long sometimes. Yeah, I'm not saying that everybody should make their passwords 4 words. I'm saying that if the password system that we relied on were reshaped to accommodate that, we would all be safer. New Doctor Strange is really good. Are you just saying that because it's Sam Raimi? Is the thing? Are you Sam Raimi? Are you Ted Raimi? If you're Ted Raimi, you have to tell me. It's the law. All right. I'm just bringing up Kurzgesagt. I love that I've chosen the subject of today's stream to be something I'm going to have a great deal of difficulty pronouncing every single fucking time. That was a wise decision on my part. Let me just get the audio going. You know how it is. You know how it is and all that. All right. I should actually search for it on YouTube, not Google. So for those that don't know, Kurzgesagt is an allegedly educational YouTube channel that does little cartoons for babies, and they're they have an editorial focus that I find troubling, normally pretty harmless, but they dip into some real shit-lib territory that I thought we could all have a little goof and a gaff about. A real giggle and guffaw. What prompted this, by the way, one of their more recent videos is called Good News, We Will Fix Climate Change, and that's the one we're going to watch first. Let me just set that up for you. I'm doing it now, live. It's just such a, it is a bad channel is the thing about Kurzgesagt. Why is that not? No, this. Maybe I can't do this in studio mode. Ooh. It appears I could not. Great job, OBS. Okay, all right. We'll throw this over here. And all right. Now, here's a problem for me. I can't hear it when I play it. So that, which reminds me to turn on captions for the hard of hearing, which I always forget to do. Twitch broken and now you can't use YouTube. Did you forget to sacrifice the digital gods? What are you talking about? It's all going. It's all happening. Will this go up as a VOD? I don't know. I might do a highlights video on this one. I'm going to move myself to the forefront so that I can go in front of the video, because it just makes me feel important. I'm just fucking around with sound settings here, getting this right. When I play, does it make sound? It makes sound for you. Okay. I see the issue. I see the issue. Now it will make sound. Okay. Nope, still no. Still a no on that one. For me. I do want to hear their dulcet tones. Are we allowed to nominate channels that aren't ours for the eyeball zone? Absolutely, but I don't know what the eyeball zone is. Just to be clear about that one. If I play it this way, what happened? What if I... No, still don't. I'm going to try restarting Chrome. All my Chrome windows. Still no, huh? Still no on that one. Hey, when I play it, do you hear it? You tell me if you hear it. Did it go? Did it make sound? Did it make noise to thee? No. No, say ye. Fascinating. Okay, what if I... Sorry, the sound problems are... welcome to stream. Every stream this happens. Still no. Okay. I do not know why. How about now? Do you hear that? No. I'm getting a strong no vibe from people saying no. Okay, just act out the video. No, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna do this. You just have to believe. Now I hear it when that happens. It does not appear to be going through to thee, however. But that's progress. I'm gonna need everybody to believe. I'm gonna need, if you all clap very hard at home, I think we can get the stream to work. There's a strong possibility. Now what happens when why does the bar go, but it doesn't send? Bar goes up and down. Now I can no longer hear it. What is the meaning of this? I changed nothing. Task manager. Let's just Chrome, if you're going in the background, we're gonna take care of that. We're just Chrome, you got problems, is all I'm saying. It's not running in the background. How could this be? See, I'm afraid there's a part of me that wants to restart this sound program, but then I'm worried you won't be able to even hear me. Do your headphones have two different device options? Nah. It ain't like that. All right, I'm gonna try restarting this sound program. Hopefully that fixes the issue, but we'll see. We'll see. Do I smell some drama between Kurtz and Mildred? I don't think they definitely don't know who I am. Hold on one second. You might not hear me for a second. Ah, okay. Immediately I heard my own voice. So that's something, right? I'll turn down the gain on that one. I just realized how fucking loud my mic was. Sorry about that.
Is burning. Rapid climate change is destabilizing our
Now I hear it, but it's quite quiet for some reason.
world. It seems our emissions will not fall.
Do you hear this? It is heard. It is heard. Very well. The problem has been solved. Please forward this super chat to my personal close friend and woodland companion, Grumbletum. I wish him well in his eternal journey and beseech him to fix the audio. Grumbletum did not screw up the audio. Grumbletum has never committed a sin in his entire life. He is born without sin, like Christ. Unlike Christ, if he were to die, it would not redeem mankind. But also, I don't believe in Christ, so it would be about the same. Okay, all right. Welcome to We Make Fun of This Video now. Say what you will. Look, hey, we're gonna have some fun dunking on these guys, but you know, when they want to play sound, they can do it first try. So they got that on me. Also, hello, Big Joel in the chat. Everybody, welcome, world's greatest super criminal, Big Joel.
Our home is burning. Rapid climate change is destabilizing our world. It seems our emissions will not fall quickly enough to avoid runaway warming, and we may soon hit tipping points that will lead to the collapse of ecosystems and our civilization.
So you hear that and you're like, absolutely, I agree. And as you should. It's everything they're saying makes perfect sense. But allow me to remind you, the title of this video, We Will Fix Climate Change. Right? So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I will say, I have not watched this. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I will give them a little a doff of the cap to them if it turns out that that's we're getting debated, and in fact they're not going to say that, but we'll see, I suppose.
While scientists, activists, and much of the younger generation urge action, it appears most politicians are not committed to doing anything meaningful, while the fossil fuel industry still works actively against change. It seems humanity can't overcome its greed and obsession with short-term profit and personal gain to save itself. And so for many,
$5 for a sample of your scrum? What does this mean? I only know scrum in the sense of like a football or like that. What do you call that business thing where you agile sense?
The future looks grim and hopeless. Young people feel particularly anxious and depressed. Instead of looking ahead to a lifetime of opportunity, they wonder if they will even have a future or if they should bring kids into this world.
Yeah.
It's an age of doom and hopelessness, and giving up seems the only sensible thing to do. But
What if they just ended the video there?
that's not true. You are not doomed. Humanity is not doomed.
True. Okay.
Despite the seriousness of the situation, for years, positive trends have...
There it is. There it is. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. There's going to be some Steven Pinker like, oh no, we're fixing it already with new technologies. Terma3, thank you for the subscription. And Ashley12, thank you for doubles.
accumulated, and there is finally some good news and a clear path towards our collective climate goals. Welcome to our TED Talk. Please watch this video to the end. Check out our detailed sources afterwards to learn more. Okay, let's start with the scariest things.
Okay.
Cancelling the apocalypse. Some of the most widely shared stories about climate change are that it is an existential threat, the end of human civilization, and maybe even our own extinction event.
This cannot be stressed enough. It absolutely is. It is. I'm not saying that we're doomed. I don't believe that. What I am saying is that if nothing is done, if we simply stand back and allow runaway climate change, it will mean the extinction of the human race. Full stop. End of sentence. No qualification.
And that it's basically unavoidable now. But what does science actually say? As of 2022, the global average temperature has risen 1.2 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial times. Limiting warming to 1.5 degrees was the most ambitious goal of the Paris Agreement, but we are not likely to meet it. Already with the warming we have today, hot places will get hotter, wet places wetter, and the risk and strength of extreme weather events increase significantly. Warming beyond 2 degrees makes all of these extremes more extreme. Extreme weather events more common, with more ecosystems under major pressure. Some will not survive. At 3 degrees, significant parts of Earth, especially in developing countries, might become unable to feed their populations.
Oh, what a change of circumstance that would be for people in developing countries. Language that I personally hate. And I assume most people in the audience would as well. But in case you don't understand what I mean by that, when people refer to countries in the global south as developing nations or developing countries, it presents this teleological view of human progress that says, oh, they will eventually be rich. It's not that they are being oppressed or we are withholding something from them. It's that they have not yet reached the level that we're at, and they will over time. It's not anything that any other nation has done. It's simply that they didn't invent calculators on time, so now they're just catching up to the rest of us. Is what they're trying to say when they use that language. That isn't unique to Kurzgesagt, but it is absolutely a thing that shitlibs just across the board do, and it's bad. It's bad. Don't say that. We don't say developing nations. All of my homies hate the term developing nations.
Heat waves will become a major global issue. Large-scale natural systems will break down. The scale and frequency of hurricanes, fires, and droughts will further increase and cause trillions in damage. Poor regions and subsistence farmers will be hit the hardest. Hundreds of millions of people will need to leave their homes. In the 4 to 8 degree range, the apocalypse begins. The hothouse Earth, where things change so quickly that it may become unable to support our large human population.
This is, I think, very optimistic. The idea that, like, if we go above 2 degrees, it's like, oh, well, weather might change, but it's not an apocalypse event, is I don't think that's what the IPCC said about that one.
And billions may perish, leaving the rest on a hostile alien planet. A decade ago, for lack of action and perspective, many scientists assumed a 4+ degree world was our future, and a lot of public communication focused on exactly this future path. Luckily, it's much less likely that this version of the apocalypse will come to pass. If current climate policies stagnate, we're likely to end up with warming of around 3 degrees Celsius by 2100, which is scary and tragic and far from acceptable. But this is actually good news.
Oh yeah, man, it's real good news. It's real. Actually, if you think about it, it could be worse, so everything's fine.
In the last decade, we've seen enough progress that most scientists now think that we have likely avoided apocalyptic climate change.
What?
Although substantial risk still remains, we can pretty confidently...
By the way, once again, the title of this video is "We Will Fix Climate Change." We will fix climate change. Not we will mitigate the worst effects of climate change. Rather, we will fix it. It will not be a problem.
They say that humanity isn't going anywhere. Civilization might have to change, but it will endure. Which begs the question, what has changed over the last 10 years, and is this really good news?
Indeed, it does beg this question.
You probably know this story. The last decade has been an immense failure for climate policies around the world. Instead of passing comprehensive, binding bills that would meaningfully reduce emissions, we mostly did nothing. A lost decade with one negative record after another.
To say that we did nothing, I think, severely understates the problem, because it's not simply that we didn't pass legislation to fix the problem. It's that we actively exacerbated it. We started looking for even more environmentally destructive forms of energy, like fracking, and what's the one? There's another one. It's slipping my mind.
Another. And this story is true, and it's one reason why so many people are giving up. But it is not the whole picture. Despite the lack of climate policies and ongoing lobbying and misinformation campaigns from the fossil fuel industries, there was a lot of progress. Let's go back 20 years to see why today is so different. Between 2000 and 2000...
So this video is attempting to build the case, not that we will... It's so much worse than I thought it would be. Because I thought they were going to make the already dipshitted argument that we'll develop some new technology that, don't worry, the spirit of human ingenuity is limitless and boundless. Eventually we'll figure out a way to survive no matter how bad it gets. But in fact, what they're saying is, no, don't worry, it's fine. We've already fixed it. We've already come so far that there will be a lot of problems, but we'll get by. We've done enough. Sit back. Can I move the captions up a bit? This I can do. Thank you for asking.
2010, greenhouse gas emissions had grown by 24%, 3 times as much as the increase in the previous decade. Subsidies for fossil fuels aimed at promoting economic growth caused a colossal increase in their consumption.
Yeah.
For developing countries like China and India, coal was the cheapest fuel for growth, while rich countries showed little interest in changing their ways. In 2010, many...
It's also worth noting, I would argue, essential to mention, the reason that countries like China and India use so much energy is because they're producing goods for those of us in the global north. It's not... It is often framed as why are we taking the brunt of this... Why should we change our ways or change our consumption when it's actually these poor countries that are using all of this environmentally destructive coal, and it's because they're doing that to keep our lifestyles going. In addition to the fact that people in the global north use far more resources and just are far more wasteful and require far more energy than people in the global south. Who is this we in this we failed Kurzgesagt? Presumably, they're operating from the perspective of the reason there's been no legislation is because there hasn't been enough of a public outcry. And I would argue that is partially true, there hasn't been enough of a public outcry. But the real reason is because the state exists to service capital, not the people. And capital makes a lot of money off of burning the planet. Oh boy, you said something in Spanish, and I don't think I'm going to be able to read it. Feliz Juves, my good friend. I'm guessing this means like happy day. I don't know what it means. I'm sorry. I don't know languages. I assume that's Spanish. It looks like Spanish. Either way, thank you.
Many people expected these trends to continue. Instead of decreasing fossil fuel use, its consumption would rise. The next decade turned out to be very different, though. First of all, coal burning in developing countries like India has slowed down or leveled off, like in China, and it's plummeted in rich countries like the UK and US. Since 2015, 3/4 of planned coal plants have been cancelled, and 44 countries have committed to stop building them. 10 years ago, that would have seemed like wishful thinking, but today we can say with confidence, coal is dying. It's just not competitive anymore, because technologies we thought would remain expensive matured rapidly instead.
Yeah, it's all about technology, baby. Technology, unexamined, just it's good. Technology will only help the situation.
Electricity has shown explosive progress. In a mere decade, wind energy got 3 times cheaper. Solar electricity is now 10 times cheaper. Cheaper than coal or any other fossil fuel burning power plant, despite the massive subsidies and global infrastructure propping up fossil fuels. 25 times more solar and nearly 5 times more wind electricity is produced today compared with 10 years ago, which is of course not nearly enough. One of the biggest obstacles is the variability of their power output. Renewables need a lot of energy storage to be a reliable power source, like expensive batteries.
Could you imagine what would happen to such power supplies if, for whatever reason, and I don't know why this might happen, but if, say, global weather became very, very difficult to predict, became very destabilized? Like if something were happening to cause that, how that might affect our ability to use solar power and wind power? There's a thought. Dog Whalefish, thank you for the subscription. To be clear, my position is more so that like there are some no-brainer ways that we just need to cut out emissions. Like, did you know that the world's biggest polluter, like the biggest source of like of emissions as like an entity, is the United States government, the military rather. If the United States simply had fewer wars, then might I say fewer? When I say fewer, perhaps none. That would be a big step in the right direction. Another one might be that like a focus on organizing the economy rationally. So, for example, people wouldn't be urged to consume to prop up an economy that fails if people aren't just buying tons of useless shit. So we wouldn't have to produce like endless garbage just to keep the economy going. Maybe we don't need Funko Pops, you know?
Amazingly, battery prices have decreased by 97% in the past 30 years, 60% in the last decade alone, which will serve all kinds of green technology like electric cars. You might say, well, that's great, but didn't Kurzgesagt's last climate video say that while wind and solar are nice, we need nothing less than a fundamental transition of our global industrial system? Yes, but luckily the shift goes beyond just the energy sector. Throughout the economy, people are working on improving current technology to lower emissions. We're rapidly replacing old incandescent light bulbs.
Again, it is never examining like what got us into this mess. It is simply like, oh, if we tinker with it, we can if we make these small changes, then we can invent a new thing that fixes the problem, instead of asking ourselves, hey, why did we ever get into a position where our consumption is destroying the planet, instead of evaluating that at all, that is completely unquestionable to them. It's oh, we'll invent a new type of light bulb, and that'll use less electricity.
With LEDs that are 10 times more efficient. In 2020, about 7 out of 10 new cars in Norway were electric or hybrid. In 2021, it was already 8 out of 10. And the list goes on, from electric heating and better...
But do you see how, a better solution than replacing 7 out of 10 new cars with electric cars would be public transit, fewer cars. Then we just wouldn't have to produce more energy. We could then have that energy and use it for other things. More public transit. It's also cheaper and better for working class people to have public transit, but the solution has to be maintaining the exact lifestyle we have now with just like some increasing technological band-aids slapped onto the problem.
To ships traveling at half speed to save fuel. Wherever you look, you find scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs trying to solve some aspect of climate change. Enormous amounts of human ingenuity are being brought to bear on this problem, with more...
Boy, imagine what we could do with that level of human ingenuity if, instead of just asking them to fix the problem without making any fundamental changes, if we simply re-examined the way that we look at the environment and stopped consuming to the point of oblivion, that they could then focus that energy on, I don't know, curing cancer, getting us to the stars, ending poverty, ending world hunger.
More and more people deciding to prioritize preventing rapid climate change. Solutions for low-carbon production of cement, electronics and steel, and innovations like artificial meat and carbon capture are in the works. The more of these technologies...
Carbon capture is just absolute horseshit bullshit. It's a fantasy. It just doesn't work. It won't fix the problem. It is useless.
We deploy, the cheaper new and better technology gets. The cheaper they get, the more people use them. And so on.
But Thought Slime, don't you think we need more shake weights and single-use plastics? No, and here's one I got for you. Here's a public policy. I think there should be publicly funded gyms in every city. The government should provide publicly funded gyms, and here's why. The government spends an unreasonable amount of money on healthcare that is the result of people not having access to exercise. And that sounds ridiculous because you could just go for a run. But there are systemic barriers that keep people away from exercise that we could simply remove and then save money, make our lives better and save money, right? We could just do that. We could do that tomorrow, but they won't, because anytime you want to provide something to people, the capitalist ghouls in charge will tell you, no, you're just giving handouts. No, you can't make people's lives better because it will make them lazy. We have to do everything through the market. It's the only sensible way to do things, and any attempt to disrupt that will bring chaos. And you can trust me, the guy who benefits from the way things are, to tell you if it would be the other way around. The problem is when these technologies get cheaper, more people use them, so more of overall energy consumption increases. Yeah, but we'll just invent better energy, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll just invent more solar panels and we'll have more efficient wind power. And never mind the fact that requires a great deal more extraction of precious metals, a great deal more waste, more disruption of land and natural ecosystems. But don't worry, because it's not the specific problem of carbon emissions are going to be slightly reduced, so we're fine.
We can see the impact already. The domestic CO2 output of rich countries is falling without a major recession. Since the year 2000, the EU as a whole shows a 21%.
Without a major recession, he says, and the graph ends 2019. Just a fun little. Yeah. Wonder what happens. Wonder if there's any kind of recession after that.
Greece, Italy 28%, the UK 35%, Denmark 43%. But the best
Come on, react to your criticism. What criticism? Who give me criticism? You've never made me so angry, Mildo? All right, I'm done with this. Seriously, people like you only want to whine and complain that the whole world is doomed unless everyone thinks exactly like you. Oh, I most certainly don't think the world is doomed. I think that the things that would fix the world that are common sense that we could implement tomorrow are being obstructed by people that benefit from them being obstructed. It's not that people need to think like me. It's that the solutions to climate change are right in front of us. It is clear what needs to happen, but it won't, because the people that benefit from it have convinced people like you that what we need to do is just trust them more. Give them more money. Give them more. Let them develop new technologies. And then they'll figure out a way somehow to fix all of the problems. Now, forget the fact that they put you into the problem for a second. But if one more bit of technology, it will turn it all around. Not sure this reactionary take on the video is helpful. I think this series reactionary. I don't think you know what that word means. To say that something is reactionary means that it serves the dominant order. To be reactionary means that you speak for authority in the face of the minority who are being oppressed, right? So you think it is reactionary for me to say that the people who are doing this, the people that are developing these technologies, who are the most powerful companies on the planet, the most powerful governments on the planet, all of the richest people in the world, you think that is reactionary? I'm like, look, I'm sorry if it doesn't make you feel good that, like, in order to fix climate change, things have to actually change. I'm not arguing by any means that the average person needs to make do with shitty conditions. What I am saying is that we have organized our economy in such a way that climate change and disastrous crises like it are inevitable. The idea of endless growth, the idea of maximizing consumption is, as is said, the ideology of the cancer cell. If it is not climate change, it will be some other crisis that comes along in the future. I'll give you some examples, by the way. We're running out of a lot of precious metals that are required for electronics, so good luck with that. There's the economic or environmental devastation of, like, extracting materials. What happens when the old growth forests are all gone? What happens when the rainforests are all gone? You know? The ocean is gradually turning acidic. What happens when we don't have an ocean? This video is unexamined techno-optimism. If we just bring the right technology, everything's fine. Sure, the bad guys won't use it for evil. Exactly. I think a lot of people's frustrations, including my own, isn't that we deny what you're saying, but then when we hear the world will blow up in 10 years, that's all we hear. I didn't say the world would blow up in 10 years. I said no such thing. Please at least let a sentence end before responding to it. You realize that, like, I have thousands of people talking to me right now. Hold on. I am in good faith trying to find these criticisms so that I can respond to them, because people seem very upset. This video is not making any should arguments because it's literally just describing what has already happened. It is, that's part of the problem. You see? It is not saying what should be done and simply presenting this notion that left unchecked, the technocratic future we find ourselves in will simply fix the problem. The whole start of the video said it's inevitable. No, it didn't. Maybe we should switch to slow mode. That's a good point, actually. I will switch to slow mode so I'm more able to successfully, hold on. You don't need to see this. Da, da, da. More able to respond to people's messages. Because look, I genuinely, it's good that people disagree, but if you expect me not to like respond to your criticisms, like people are like, let people criticize it. I'm like, yeah, I can respond. If your criticisms are, I think, foolish. I'm trying to get to my live dashboard thing. Slow mode, slow mode, slow mode. Hold on. Why does YouTube make this so difficult? I'm having trouble. I'm having issues. It's interesting that people are accusing me of putting words in the mouth of Kurzgesagt. I apologize if I have done so, but I think it's ridiculous that people are claiming that I am saying or I am promoting doomerism in some way. What I am saying is not that climate change cannot be fixed. It's in fact very much the opposite. Right? I would have no issue with what Kurzgesagt is saying if I believed that climate change was inevitable. If I believed that nothing could be done, I wouldn't care. They could say whatever they want. Who cares? Who cares about anything at that point? My point is that they are essentially saying it's fine. It's fine. We fixed it. CO2 cap isn't the solution, but it's an important part. Like the seats on a bus are important for getting people from A to B, but don't do that alone. Oh, absolutely. Oh, sorry, carbon capture. You're saying carbon capture is part. No, carbon capture is a pipe dream. That isn't me saying that. First of all, it's we could simply not release that carbon. We could simply release fewer carbons. That would help, rather than trying to release them and then catch them later. And yes, I'm being deliberately silly when I call them carbons. But no, it's a pipe dream technology. Like every serious investigation of carbon capture, it has come to this conclusion. It is like. It sounds good. It sounds like it's something proactive we can do, but it's just not. And again, even if it were, it would be avoiding the central problem, right? It's saying we can live exactly as we are. We don't need to change anything. The system can keep plugging away as it is. We just need to like fix this specific problem and then we're good. Anyway, back to the video. I've indulged this long enough, I think.
Best news may be that emissions are no longer necessarily coupled with economic growth. In the past, this was an inconvenient truth. To get richer, you had to emit more, which led to fierce arguments between developing and developed countries about the fairness of reducing emissions while their populations were still poor. But in the last decade, we've seen that it is possible to increase prosperity without increasing emissions. Emissions in the Czech Republic dropped 13%, while their GDP...
But even framing it this way, right? Even framing it this way concedes that if it were only possible for economic growth to exist, if it were contingent on fossil fuel burning, then that would be a good thing to do, right? And the argument from the countries in the global South saying how it's not fair that we're left to without this method of enriching ourselves while you guys are already rich. It's like kind of putting words in the mouth of, I think, people in the global South who I think might make the argument that if indeed the economy were not based on this extractivist nightmare that we have put it on, I think things would be better for them, in fact. But yeah, if we maintain the system exactly as it is, but simply reduced emissions or demanded that these countries reduced emissions or everybody just agreed, then yeah, that would be a nightmare. But that's not a serious proposal. The video is part 2. The first video explains the things you said, and we can't personal responsibility our way out of climate change. Okay, but like, this video isn't called Climate Change Part 2, We Will Fix Climate Change, right? It is called We Will Fix Climate Change. It has been viewed 6.5 million times. So I think it's fair to say that many people have seen this video outside of that context. And furthermore, I think the arguments aren't contingent on any sort of outside argument. I think this is a video, it's fair to critique this video for the things that it is saying in the video. It doesn't matter if in another video they made arguments that I would find more palatable. They are short, animated videos meant to spark interest, not a complete in-depth analysis. Oh, okay, then. Then I guess they can say whatever they want. They can just say whatever then. Why criticize it? By the way, this stream, so you know, this is not an in-depth analysis. I'm merely trying to promote a discussion here. I'm not analyzing it, so. I'm poor, but I love you, so take this. If you can't give me money, don't give me money. It's simply, thank you, but don't, I'm fine. I will survive. You needn't. Thank you, though.
Grew by 27%. France reduced their CO2 emissions by 14%, while increasing GDP by 15%. Romania saw an 8% decrease and 35% growth. And even the largest economy on Earth, the USA, decreased emissions by 4% while growing their GDP by 26%. Some of you may call this a numbers trick, that rich countries are just exporting emissions to poorer nations by moving the dirty parts of their economies like manufacturing.
Well,
but even when we account...
Yeah, partially, but also GDP is nonsense. GDP doesn't mean any sort of like measurable increase in it simply means like the overall money in the country, it doesn't necessarily mean that the people in the country are doing better. So again, to present GDP growth as an unexamined good is, again, absolute liberal horseshit.
For all of our imported goods, the numbers still look positive. It's no longer a matter of having to choose between prosperity and the climate, as it seemed to be a decade ago. Developing countries will profit from that because as rich countries pay for the expensive development of green technologies, they can adopt them more cheaply. They can skip most of the high emission phase that today's rich countries went through. We are at the point where not decarbonizing is a bad business decision. And we haven't even really talked about solutions like carbon capture. In 2000, it didn't really exist. In 2022, that technology does exist and costs around $600 to remove 1 ton of CO2 from the atmosphere.
And if we were to remove like an amount that made an appreciable difference, it would be more money than there is on Earth.
As investment pours in and the technology matures and begins to scale, it's likely that these costs will plummet over the next few decades. So everything's fine then? Well, let's not get carried away. All of these processes are great, but not nearly fast enough. We're still doing way too little, and technology will not magically solve everything.
Okay.
We need to use fewer resources and use them longer, design consumer goods that are repairable and durable, and decrease our energy requirements.
Again,
we need
though,
much better infrastructure, agriculture, and cities. It will still be hard work, especially to get the right policies passed and enacted. But for the first time ever, there are a few trend lines pointing solidly in the right direction.
Okay.
Now imagine if all of this was achieved without proper financial and political support, and despite fossil fuel lobbying, just think what humanity can do when climate change finally gets the political attention and funding it needs. So is it okay to feel hopeful again? The situation is...
I think the main issue for their video is it assumes you can just paint capitalism green when capitalism is pretty much why our planet is dying at the moment. Yeah, again, I will say that like they're walking it back a great deal here, so I appreciate that. But I would say that still they're not really looking at like, why is it that we are consuming so much shit? Why is it that consumer goods are manufactured to be disposable? Why is it that we ended up in this problem? Why is it that we don't have this infrastructure? Who benefits from that?
Is still dire and serious, so what's the point of focusing on this side of the story? The trap of hopelessness. Climate change can feel overwhelming and make your future seem bleak. The sadness and hopelessness that many people feel is real and very destructive because it causes apathy. Apathy that is only
I would agree
the
with
fossil
that.
fuel industry that is still delaying change however it can. In a sense, they have weaponized hopelessness.
Absolutely. I will absolutely concede that point, that doomerism is a tool of the fossil fuel industry. Because the way it went was, it's not happening. It's not real. It's real, but it's not caused by humans. It's real and it's caused by humans. So there's nothing we can do. It's too late.
We are now in phase 4 in the public debate about rapid climate change action. Phase 1 was, climate change is not real. Phase 2 was, climate change is real, but not caused by humans. Phase 3 was, climate change may be caused by humans, but it's not that bad. Phase 4 is, climate change is no longer avoidable.
And there's also a contingent of people that are like, no, climate change is good, actually. It's good. It's good because carbon is good for plants. Come on, they're an entry point saying capitalism is the problem up front would drive away most normies. Would it? Would it? And if you said it with those exact words, but I think an entry point to what would be my question. This idea that like this represents like a meaningful pipeline to the left is, I think, foolish. And secondly, like to simply say, well, we can fix the symptoms of this problem without addressing the root problem is, I think, simply reproducing the ideology that keeps us locked in capitalism. It's not simply that they are not criticizing capitalism. It's that their assumption takes capitalism for granted. It assumes capitalism is the only state of being, and any solution to the problem has to work within that. It is not merely neglecting to mention the problem. It is actively ideologically supporting the problem.
We are doomed, and it doesn't matter what we do. If we want the world to change, we first need to believe that change is possible, and we have an abundance of evidence that it is. Changes to our industrial system are gaining momentum. Technology gets better and cheaper. Climate change has become a key issue in most free elections. As more and more younger people move into influential positions, they
heavily imply consumption is a big part of the problem. But why? Why though? What is driving that consumption? Do you see? Like, to simply say, oh, it's if we simply have fewer consumer goods, then we can fix the problem. Well, why is it that we have so many consumer goods that just end up in a landfill? Why is it that we all end up buying new electronics once a year? Why is it that everybody is encouraged to have their own lawnmower, and a lawn for that matter? Why is it everybody needs to have their own shit? You know, why? How did we end up in this situation? Who does it benefit? To say simply we need to have less of these things. How? Why are they there? What made it happen? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're expecting too much revolutionary information from them? No, I'm not expecting anything from them, to be honest. I'm pointing out that their analysis is lacking. I don't expect them to say what I'm saying or to even agree with what I'm saying. I'm saying what they're saying is taking for granted the liberal position. It is, as I have said in the past, the liberal mind prison. You cannot imagine a future outside of this liberal capitalism.
Change and work on new solutions. In 2022, most governments not only acknowledge it, but set their own net zero goals in democratic and autocratic countries. The results of years of...
Yeah, they're setting the goals. Great. Doesn't mean they're meeting them.
Fighting a steep uphill battle are now clearly visible. The pressure needs to keep increasing to make sure that the promises made today are actually kept. Climate doomerism is the equivalent of giving up, even though you can still prevent not just the worst case, but also mitigate most of the bad things, make changes in time to adapt better, and prevent the poorest from suffering. That is why hopelessness and apathy are so dangerous. If the last, in many ways, wasted decade has shown anything, then it's that progress is being made, and that dire scenarios are just predictions, not our sealed fate. As of 2022, based on current global policies, we will end up in a 3 degrees world. Now it's our job to yet again prove the predictions wrong, despite how serious and urgent things are. To turn that 3 degrees into a 2 degrees and then see where we can go from there.
Am I drinking? I'm drinking coffee. Rampant consumerism is the issue completely absolves capitalism of the blame for creating a climate of hyperconsumerism for profit. Capitalism has created all of these issues, so why would it fix it? Well, like, I'm not placing, like, they're the ones who present the issue as though it's an issue. When I say that consumption is the problem, I don't mean that consumers choosing overconsumption is the problem. I mean that, like, we live in a world that has been engineered to maximize profit. Our entire economic structure is designed so that people can extract profit from us, right? So, for example, like, as I said earlier, the reason that your iPhone is made to be replaceable within a couple years, the reason that it's all glued shut so that you can't repair it, the reason that actually companies try to pass legislation to prevent you from repairing it so that you have to buy a whole new thing every couple years, shit like that, it's all designed to drive that consumption. And it's not because these companies are like, thinking to themselves, oh, good, oh, this'll get them. It's because that's how it is, what the market incentivizes. And there is no fixing that problem within the economic model we find ourselves in. It is simply not something that can be done. It has to be changed. And so, like, yeah, okay, so we can do all of these like band-aid solutions and maybe delay the onset of the worst parts of climate change. But as long as we live in a system where profit is incentivized, it will inevitably result in overproduction and a drive towards endless extractivist growth. It's just inevitable. If you don't believe that, then I'm sorry, you're probably just not a socialist.
For that, we need hope. And we hope we gave you that today, at least a little. That you feel that things are serious, but also that you have a future. That you can have kids without dooming them or the world. That taking action today is worth it. And that despite powerful industries doing everything to delay it, society is changing. If you need a more concrete roadmap of what you can do personally, we're working on a follow-up video to talk about that in greater detail. Doomerism, inactivity, and weaponized hopelessness are the only trump cards left for the powers that don't want change. Don't let them win.
No, I would say their biggest trump card is systemic violence. I will argue that it's not actually. See, again, I think the biggest opposition to climate change doesn't come from the fact that like people have given up. They're too sad about it. It's that like any actual attempt to apply pressure on them is met with extreme violence. We need hope. No, actually, we do not need hope if your hope is strictly on capitalist tech solutions. We need the opposite of hope in capitalism. Like they're right that we need hope. I'm anti-doomer for sure. We have to proceed as though we have a future to fight for the future. Otherwise, we'll just sit around and die. But like, we're not going to fix the problem by the people who created the problem and benefited from prolonging the problem are not going to fix the problem. Hope smarter, not harder. Exactly. Exactly. They're one of the most popular educational channels on YouTube. There are facts that Mildo has already explained that are simply not in the video that need to be in the video instead of pushing the only new tech is fixing this. Only new tech is fixing this attitude. It's irresponsible of Kurzgesagt of anything. I don't see from their point of view, they have bought into this like technocratic liberalism that like that technology progresses forwards in this straight line that like necessity is the mother of invention. So as climate change gets worse, we'll naturally transition to things that fix the problem. But like, what if it goes in the opposite direction? What if we discover a new technology or a new way of extracting fossil fuels that is cheaper or more cost effective than renewable energies? What if the oil and gas companies, instead of simply going quietly into that good night, instead invest their money into finding more environmentally destructive solutions that are profitable for them? What do we do? If indeed we must tie our solutions to them being profitable, to them creating this like market growth, what do we do then?
We're still excited about the future, and we think one of the best things you can do to keep your optimism and curiosity up is to learn new things. If you don't know where to start, our friends from Brilliant...
Nope. Okay. Okay, now. Well, I keep turning off the wrong. The solution was to consume all along. I don't think they're arguing that the solution is to consume, but rather that it is this Aaron Sorkin-esque belief that like our lives are in the hands of people who are making an effort to fix the problem. That scene where it like zoomed in a laboratory and there were all the scientists and they're like, oh, everybody's working towards developing new technologies that are going to turn this around. And it's like, do you think that's the solution? Because like, okay, look, maybe that works. Maybe that works. Maybe we invent or we get technology to a point where it is more financially sensible to use green technology and completely eliminate. And we get the perfect carbon capture machine. All these little nanobots go around and they suck all the carbon out of the atmosphere and give us all little diamond poops that we can use to make beautiful jewelry. But that's even if you think like that is likely, that's an if, right? What we know would work is if we simply didn't overproduce, if we didn't rely on an economic system that demands that we overproduce, it is fundamentally tied to the idea of overproduction that cannot exist without inevitably driving us to overproduction. If we simply organized our economy to suit what people actually need instead of basing our entire lives, the entirety of human civilization, on pleasing or the pleasure of a small handful of extremely hyper-rich ghouls, if instead it was for the benefit of everyone, then we wouldn't be destroying the planet. And I would think, hearing it laid out that way, most people would go, that sounds pretty good. That sounds like, hey, excuse me, sir, would you prefer that the world is destroyed and you live in poverty and misery forever? Or would you prefer that there's freedom and prosperity for all? The environment, we live in harmony with the environment, but there are fewer flavors of Coca-Cola. Shouldn't only the people who own the good ideas get to benefit from those ideas? No. If there are good ideas, everybody should benefit. How about that? I think you're being sarcastic, but like, no, I don't agree with that. I think that in the system we live in now, it makes sense that people like want to make money from their ideas because otherwise they don't get to eat or live. But I think in a sensible, rationally organized society, if someone invents a cool new thing, it just makes everybody's life better, and it's sick. Everybody's like, yeah, that rules. Cool, thanks. Most people are a lot less willing to give up modern luxuries than most leftists think, to BH. Well, again, what luxuries? What luxuries do you think that I'm saying we should give up? Because I think that a large portion of what needs to be done are things that won't affect the lives of the average person in any way but positive, right? For example, did you notice I didn't say we have to give up having iPhones, right? I made the argument that iPhones are designed to be disposable. They're designed to be replaced within a few years, right? What if instead we didn't do that? What if we made goods that were designed to last? What if instead of everybody having to have their own version, everyone having to have their own individual version of something, that we had some sort of library system where people could take and leave things as they need? I use the example of a lawnmower often. Do you need your own lawnmower? Why is it necessary that everybody has their own lawnmower? When you use it like what, once a week, if that? And like to say that like the average person isn't willing to live without luxuries, I think the average person globally uh, already does. And what I am proposing is a way to make it actually easier for them to access those things, the things that they need, right? The idea that most people aren't willing to give up modern luxuries, like, absolutely, I'm telling you, the average person would give up shit like what is actually a luxury, like as I said, different flavors of Coca-Cola, if it meant that their children could be educated, that their family could be fed, that they didn't have to spend their life in miserable grinding toil until they were too old to do it anymore, and then just hope that they could survive on whatever they managed to save. Yeah, I think most people would be okay with giving up some luxuries, having fewer flavors of Dorito. Like, I think when people hear this argument, they assume what I'm trying to say is that like we need to reject humanity, return to monkey, which is not what I'm saying. I and if you don't understand the distinction, like understand, I am not. I am generally I like technology. I like gadgets. I like gizmos. I would like to continue having them. I do think uh, your statement puts all the hope on tech while saying non-tech changes are not realistic, which is in a way a doomer view of being able to make societal change. It's I don't think you're talking to me. Apple is letting people fix their own phones now. Oh, good. Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Apple. The amount of technological change required to make things last longer is negligible. Like, there's no new technology needs to be developed to do that. It's simply a matter of changing the way that things are made, right? And the reason they are made this way isn't because that's like technologically the only feasible option. They might try to market it that way. It's not the case. We could have fully modular technology where things could just plug and play. We could do that tomorrow, but we won't because it means that it's slightly less money for Apple, so they'll never do it. Like it's like it is simply common sense. I like yeah. I mean, I think the good news is that there's not currently a meaningful reason for you to give up chili flavored Doritos right now. This change would come with a better system than it's easier to live under, I think. I don't see giving up Doritos first as a meaningful step before this can happen. I realize this might be a more sincere response than needed. Yeah, but I am not okay. To address this, I suppose I don't know if anyone is seriously making this argument. I am not saying that we need to eat fewer Doritos. I am saying that because our system is set up in such a way that like the alleged luxuries that we receive are all like kind of negligible. Like it's all just like consumer goods that nobody really wants. Everybody might like people might buy, but it's just kind of like I could live without this, you know. The actual things that people need to live are generally just like we could provide those to people. Electric toothbrush, though, I'm very pro electric toothbrush. They're better for your teeth. Hello, Mildred. This is Pumpkin, the Pinko Stinko cat, making a triumphant return. I'm here with my opinions on the cartoon birds. They do look tasty. Do you think the liberalism leaves an aftertaste? I hope not, because we'll be eating the rich soon enough. Honestly, tackling food waste problems would already help a shit ton. Yeah, and one of the reasons that there's such an enormous amount of food waste is because it's like slightly more profitable to do so. It's one of the reasons that like the profit incentive does not work. It doesn't, it incentivizes the wrong thing. Like I think the statistic is like a third of all food in grocery stores is just thrown out because they think it's unsellable. It's fucking ridiculous. Perfectly good food just thrown out. I'm not saying people need to give up Doritos. I am anti-Doritos action. I will fight you to my dying breath. If you try to withhold Doritos from the people, you are my enemy, and I will stand against you. Walmart locks their dumpsters so people can't get that food. Again, does that sound like a rational way of organizing the world, where people throw away things that other people desperately need, that people will die without, and then not only do they throw them out, they literally lock up the dumpsters of the shit that they don't want, so nobody else who desperately needs it, who will die without it, can come by and just have it. Right? Does that sound, I'm just asking, does that sound reasonable? All right. There's a particular Kurzgesagt video that I very much want to get to. I'm having trouble finding it. Here we go. It's called Overpopulation in Africa. How you feel? How's everybody feeling about that title? How does everybody feel about that one? Just going in. And I'm going to be very careful here, because I assume that they're probably at some point going to, couch what they're going to say in normal sounding language. But let's just, I just feel like in the year of our Lord, 2019, when this video was released, to title a video "Overpopulation in Africa," in and of itself, is I think, well, I'll say this: alarm bells start going off. Alarm bells start going off when you do that. I would think. Just for the record, overpopulation, racist eugenicist myth. Just get that out of the way. There's no such thing as overpopulation.
For most of our history, the human population grew slowly, until new discoveries brought us more food and made us live longer. In just 100 years, the human population quadrupled. This led to apocalyptic visions of an overcrowded Earth. But the population growth rate actually peaked in the 1960s. Since then, fertility rates have crashed as countries industrialize and develop. The world population is now expected to balance out at around 11 billion by the end of the century. But the big picture conceals the details. Let's look at one region in particular, Sub-Saharan Africa. In 2019, it was home to 1 billion...
Just a little bit of an hey. No, look, we're not saying there's overpopulation. The population is going to balance out. But let's take a look at Sub-Saharan Africa in particular. It's just a little sinister, is all I'm saying. It's just, I'm getting a bad vibe.
People living in 46 countries. Although its growth rate has slowed down in the last few decades, it's still much higher than in the rest of the world. While some projections expect around 2.6 billion people, others reckon with up to 5 billion by 2100. Such growth would be a huge challenge for any society. But Sub-Saharan Africa is also the poorest region on Earth. So, is Sub-Saharan Africa doomed? And why do the projections vary by 2.4 billion people? As always, It's complicated.
Is it? Is it complicated? Ooh, okay. So, one of the things I think that they're failing to mention here is that like stabilizing birth rates tend to coincide with economic growth, right? As countries get richer and thus have better access to medicine, or rather, in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, stop having those things deliberately withheld from them. They don't have a bunch of kids because you don't have to worry that your kids are going to die. One of the reasons that people have a lot more kids in poorer countries is because they know that most of them will die, and they need kids to help them with subsistence labor. So it's if you wanted the birth rate to stabilize, if you're so terrified that there will be more Africans in the future for whatever reason, no judgment there. Simply stop taking their money. Simply stop forcing sub-Saharan Africa to be poor. Would be the first step I would take on that one.
Sub-Saharan Africa is a made-up idea, and in many ways an unhelpful one. Botswana is as far away from Sierra Leone as Ireland is from Kazakhstan, and they have about as much in common. But without generalizing a little bit, this video would be an hour long. We've also talked to many different scientists for this video, and they disagreed on a lot of things. Mainly on how much fertility matters to poverty. We've done our best to summarize our
What about the other way around? What about how poverty relates to fertility?
They told us, but take it with a grain of salt, and check out our sources where we discuss this in more detail.
What, dude? They have a lot of kids because there is no education about contraception. What are you doing, bro? Oh yeah, no, that's problem. Yeah, well, let's reason this out. What do you think is more likely? Is it in fact that people in sub-Saharan Africa have more kids because the material conditions of their lives incentivize that, or because they're too dumb to put on condoms? Which one? What do you think is more likely there? It's there's simply no education about contraception, and they just couldn't figure it out.
Okay, let's zoom out to the global perspective again. A few decades ago, many countries in Asia were at a similar point as sub-Saharan Africa today. Large parts of the population were living in extreme poverty, and birth rates were very high. Take Bangladesh. In the 1960s, the average woman had 7 children in her lifetime. 25% of them died before they turned 5, and of the ones that survived, only 1 in 5 would learn to read and write. Life expectancy was around 45, and per capita income was among the lowest in the world. So beginning in the 1960s, Bangladesh...
Lack of access and education is a problem too? Oh, of course. Of course, everyone should have access to education. But the specific argument that the population of Africa increases because they just don't know. They don't know that fucking makes babies is fucking ridiculous. It is just. It is, and it's not just the person in chat saying it. I've heard that like many times. It couldn't be that the problems are the result of the deliberate poverty enforced upon the region in order to extract wealth from it. Again, it just has to be. It's a cultural problem with them. It just has to be. It has to be their fault. They just don't know. They don't know.
Started a family planning program based on 3 main pillars. 1. Education helped to change women's outlook.
Have they even made that argument? They didn't. Someone in chat did.
Women with a higher education tend to want fewer kids and become mothers later in life. 2. Better healthcare lowered child...
Kurds cannot bring themselves to pin the blame on capitalism and colonialism for why Africa is the way it is. So instead, it's they breed too much. I don't think Kurzgesagt has yet made that argument, but we shall see. Again, this was someone in chat that I was disputing.
Mortality, leading to parents wanting fewer children because they could expect them to survive. 3. Field workers brought contraceptives even to the remotest areas, which drove contraceptive use from 8% in 1975 to 76% in 2019. Together, these measures greatly...
So that's one way to put it. But one thing they're leaving out is that a lot of those contraceptives were expired and couldn't be sold in the United States or were legislated against. And so they simply sold them in poorer countries with laxer regulations and ended up killing millions and millions of people. So it's just one little thing they kind of left out there on that story. So, you know.
Slowed down population growth. In 1960, the average Bangladeshi woman had 7...
I haven't watched the whole video yet, have I? No, I have not. Again, I don't think I've really argued against anything they've said so far, except that the thing about contraception. Again, I think there's some facts missing on that one.
Kids. In 1995, 4, and in 2019, it was...
A short video with a limited scope. Quick, analyze it as if it were supposed to be a 10-hour in-depth documentary. That's you right now. I would think, actually, that as someone that makes short-form content by their definition, since this video is 7 minutes long, that there's actually a responsibility, no matter how short your content is, not to misrepresent information.
Down to 2. This also changed the country's demographics and the economy. Before, many children were born but died before they got to contribute to society. As far fewer kids die and
contribute to society. Whoa.
Fewer kids are born, things change. Kids get an education and turn into productive adults. The government was able to shift some of their resources from lowering child mortality to boosting the economy. By 2024, Bangladesh is expected to graduate from the category of least developed countries to the status of a developing economy. Other Asian countries like South Korea, India, Thailand or the Philippines have gone through a similar process, often even faster. Investment in health and education led to lower birth rates, which changed the composition of the population and enabled governments to boost the economy. Why didn't the same thing happen everywhere in some...
See, this is the weird part. Is they seem to have made the argument that in Bangladesh, as a result of the declining birth rate, they then were able to reinvest the money into all of these programs that, or all of this shit that boosts creating economic growth, and that's why they're doing better. And then saying that the economic growth lowers the birth rate. So, like, which is it? Which comes first?
Sub-Saharan Africa. Africa as a whole has made considerable progress with childhood mortality. But especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, education has improved slower than in other parts of the world. And while in total contraceptive use has doubled in the region since 1990, the unmet need for modern contraception among adolescents is still at about 60%. The reasons for this are...
Boy, I wonder what... Okay, so they have some reasons here. Just a quick question is if they're going to get into any of the troubling history that I explained about how ineffective contraception was deliberately shipped out to poor countries in order to make a profit off of shit that was deemed too unhealthy to sell in the United States.
Complicated, and it's impossible to give a single answer here. Africa is a big place with diverse cultures and people, but there are a few main factors. Many sub-Saharan nations have suffered under colonization until only a few decades ago and had rough transition periods towards independence.
Many. Are there any that didn't suffer? Are there any?
The young nations were often ethnically heterogeneous and lacked unity. Some areas have been repeatedly racked by civil wars, military conflicts, or suffered under unstable governments, which made it really hard to expand infrastructure and healthcare. So Africa had a worse starting point.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to talk about like the IMF or the World Bank. It's just because there's all the wars there that happen for no reason out of nowhere.
Than Asia. Foreign aid and how it was applied, especially during the Cold War, is also a contentious issue. But this topic is too complex to summarize in a few sentences.
Sorry, I missed
we'll
what they
make
just
a whole
said.
video about it in the future.
I missed what they just said. Hold on.
During the Cold War is also to expand infrastructure and healthcare. So Africa had a worse starting point than Asia. Foreign aid and how it was applied, especially during the Cold War, is also a contentious issue. But this topic is too complex to summarize in a few sentences, so we'll make a whole video about it in the future. And lastly, there are cultural aspects.
Will you be leaving this stream up for people to watch later? I feel like it's a good thing for people to be able to watch. Maybe it could go on Red PL. What is Red PL? I might throw up an edited version. I'm hesitant to put up entire VODs. I mean, I leave them accessible. They're just unlisted. Because they're extremely bad for your channel. And I'm just too lazy to make another place to put them.
Aspects that make talking about family planning in the context of Africa difficult. Critics say that trying to bring fertility down is an intrusion into culture and tradition. But not speaking about an issue will not help solve it.
Is that what the critics say? I would say I'm a critic of the narrative of overpopulation in Africa, and I don't think that my specific issue is that, well, they have a cultural tradition of continuing to be alive, of continuing to have children and being allowed to live in the world, and that's why we have to allow it. I would argue that it's kind of a fucked up thing to try to reduce the population of a historically marginalized people. It's not a good look.
Not all of these things apply to every country in the region. We're talking about 46 countries after all, some of them deeply troubled, others already flourishing, all different and facing unique problems. If population growth continues at its present rate, then sub-Saharan Africa could grow to more than 4 billion people by 2100. Okay, so what can be done? Actually, a lot.
Well, and again, I'm wondering if they're going to bring this one up, and I have a feeling they might not, because if I recall correctly, this video was funded by the Gates Foundation. Maybe not. They don't say anything about it in the credits here. So a couple things you could try. One, forgiving all loans given to Sub-Saharan Africa, loans, by the way, imposed on countries that are just used to like keep them in perpetual poverty. That would be a huge one, I would say. Number two is the idea of like an international patent system, which Bill Gates pretty much enforces. The idea that like we just need to get like new technology to solve problems there, but also, we got to be able to make our money off of it. Did they remove it? Because I know people specifically said that video in particular was sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I don't know. I remember people saying that as well, but I have no other evidence to argue for it. Sources and further reading. Let's see here. None of this seems to be... All right. I don't know. I was under the impression that it was sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but Bill Gates is a huge mixed bag. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. He is a danger to the human race. Bill Gates is one of the main reasons. Bill Gates personally, as an individual human being, is one of the reasons that the pandemic has gone on as long as it has. He's one of the reasons that poorer countries have worse access to vaccines. Personally, I don't mean that the money that he represents. I mean Bill Gates individually did that. Cambridge University, for example, was willing to make I believe they developed the AstraZeneca vaccine. They were willing to make that patent-free and distribute it or allow other countries to manufacture it for free. Bill Gates personally intervened to stop them because he knew that the idea of waiving those patents would be bad for his bottom line. And we could be done with this. We could be done with this pandemic. But instead, millions of people have died. All of these new variants that are going to arise in all of these countries that can't afford these vaccines are going to come and bite us in the ass. It's yeah, not a mixed bag. You should also check out the book No Such Thing as a Free Gift, which outlines how a lot of Bill Gates's allegedly philanthropic activity is in fact for profit. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for example, is a huge money-making thing for Bill Gates. They have like investments in Coca-Cola, for example. The idea being that it's something, it's called philanthrocapitalism, where you start an organization that is allegedly meant to be like doing some public good, run it as a for-profit company so that it has the money then to do that good. But then mysteriously, the money doesn't seem to get distributed. What was the book name? No Such Thing as a Free Gift. Nonprofit doesn't mean they don't have a profit. It's just on how it gets spent. I mean, just listen to yourself. I think being something run not for profit does in fact imply it is not for profit. You silly Billy, nonprofit doesn't mean no profit. But again, my argument here is not that a nonprofit legally must be immune from making profit. I'm arguing that philanthrocapitalism is a smokescreen designed to give the appearance of some sort of public virtue, when in fact it is yet another way for rich people to extract wealth while massaging their public image. People act as though Bill Gates is making this huge impact on global health, when in fact it just allows him to manage how global health is directed, because he is the primary funder. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, rather, not Bill Gates out of pocket, is the primary funder of the World Health Organization, which means that he has an incredible amount of power over global health policy, which he uses to do things like stopping vaccine patents from being made free. They mentioned the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation sponsorship at the end of the video. Well, there you go.
Especially investment and aid that help to build systems for education, family planning, and healthcare. Surprisingly small changes could have an extreme impact. For example, if women get a better education and have their first child just 2 years later in life. This tiny gap between this generation and the next one would lead to 400 million fewer people in 2100, with 3.6 billion in total.
This is like, it's just so fucking icky that they're like, yeah, you know, if we could give women an education, there'd be fewer black people. It's like, well, I agree that we should give women an education. I like the first part of what you said, but then towards the end of the sentence, it got real dark.
Education and family planning are made available to every.
Have they explained why they think population growth is bad? Because they're poor, so they don't have enough. They don't have enough food for the people they have now for no reason. They're just poor, and that just happens. They rolled the dice and got unlucky on that one. Another example of philanthropic capitalism is the charity. The charity asks at the grocery store, these monies you give them, they get to claim as their donations and deduct taxes using that. I hear a lot of people say this. I want to look into that because I don't know if that's true. That doesn't feel like that should be legal if it is. But yeah, every time I'm at the grocery store, I always feel like shit when I say no to that. But I always say no. But it does make me feel bad every single time. I will say that I usually say yes at the liquor store because there it's a person speaking to you. It's not an automatic cash. So when they're like, "Do you want to give $2 to like sick kids, for example, one of the charities they do at the liquor store?" And I'm like, "Well, I could just go home and donate that $2 on my own." But then I'd have to explain to a human being. I'd have to look them in the eye and say, "No, I don't want to give money to sick kids, and I cannot do it." Nonprofits can say they're a nonprofit but pay CEOs astronomical amounts, right? Maybe that's what the chatter was meaning. Oh, I think the chatter was in actually saying that my criticism is invalid because the rules as written don't prevent a nonprofit company from, on paper, technically making a profit.
Every African woman, universal access to contraception makes having kids a decision. If families get to choose how many kids they want, birth projections fall by 30% to 2.8 billion people.
Again, people should have free and full access to family planning, including both contraception and abortion, by all means. But to specifically frame that as like, and then there'd be fewer people in Africa, so it's a good thing. It's just icky. It's just icky, right?
This isn't just...
Mildo hates sick children. If you re-listen to what I said, in fact, I'm giving the money to sick kids. I think you'll find. I simply don't want to.
just theory. There are already examples that are reason for optimism. Ethiopia, the African country with the second biggest population, has made a lot of progress in a relatively short amount of time. Improving health services led to a drop in child mortality from 20% to 7% since 1990. And up to 30% of the annual budget was invested in education, and the number of schools increased 25-fold over 2 decades. So, summarizing, there are serious challenges ahead, but they are far from unsolvable. Sub-Saharan Africa does not need...
Hold on. Does not need pity or gifts. Gifts. Does not need gifts. Pity is a word I think... Pity is a made-up idea. This is a bit of a bugaboo of mine. I think people... when they want to discourage empathy, they frame it as pity. And in fact, Sub-Saharan Africa does deserve our empathy. They are being actively fucked over by a global financial order that seeks to keep them in poverty for their own benefit, so that they have a place where their labor is essentially free. We should feel a profound empathy and anger about that. But if you frame it as pity, it's like, oh, you're actually looking down on them, you know? Also, they don't need gifts. Nobody need... Giving gifts is good.
Pity or gifts, but attention and fair investment. It's a region rich in resources, culture and potential. If things go right, we'll see a turnaround similar to the one we've seen across most of Asia.
Investment. Yeah, what they don't need is pity and gifts. They don't want stuff that you don't benefit from. What you should do is invest. What they need is help that benefits us too. Yep. Mm-hmm.
In the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm. This video was the last video in a series made possible by a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The research is ours, though. Okay, so that's getting a grant. I don't know. I don't know to what degree that means that the Bill and Melinda Gates has like editorial control over what they're saying. Instead of give poor people money, teach them to buy an NFT. Yeah, just the blockchain will reduce poverty in sub-Saharan Africa for sure. Oh, I got to do a posture check. Dorf, thank you for the bits. Investments is just obfuscation to prepare a nation for our resource extraction operations. Exactly. Yeah. What they need is for us to go in and make our money. That's the only thing that can protect them. Don't just give them money. They won't know what to do with it. They'll think, what is this paper? Do I eat it? I don't understand. But then if you tell them, oh, actually, we want you to go and die in this cobalt mine, then they're like, oh, sick. Yeah, well, then I won't have a bunch of babies, I guess. Thanks. I really needed you to give me this work so that I would have a few cents with which to contribute to the ongoing national fund to get out of the horrible sanctions put on our country by the World Bank. Do you get grants from the Canadian government? You should qualify for a Canadian Council grant. I have never sought out a grant, and I never will, because I think there's to accept money from the Canadian state to argue for the abolition of the Canadian state, I think represents a pretty big conflict of interest. It's like, I don't have it's the same reason I don't do sponsorships on ThoughtSlime. People have asked me many times if I ever got to a point where I was like, I needed to do it. I reserve the right to do it. But I think that like, it's difficult to maintain an editorial focus that is meant to say like, hey, all of this shit is destroying the planet. If you also have to then go and that's why Raycons have better battery than AirPods, so buy those. You know. Get that Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. I have turned down Raid Shadow Legends many times. This is the thing. People always give me shit for taking sponsorships. You don't know on Scaredy Cats. You don't know the amount of sponsorships I've turned down. Okay. Here's the thing. It's like fucking Noom, for example. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Fuck you. Noom is a weight loss app. I'm not doing that. That shit is toxic. Fuck you. Why would it be a problem to have sponsorships on Scaredy Cats? It's a movie channel. Because people argue that like, well, you're supposedly anti-capitalist, but you're doing advertising. And it's like, yeah, I still like live within capitalism. I still need money to live. Scaredy Cats should be permanently sponsored by Shudder. I can't believe they've only sponsored me once. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not. To be clear, it is an extremely small amount of people that no one would notice but me because I read so much feedback. I saw the Northman, and it made me miss The Lighthouse. Everybody's saying that movie does a racism, and I don't think it would. I find that difficult to believe, given what I've seen from Robert Eggers in the past. It feels to me like people are saying that, oh no, fascists might appropriate this movie, which, hey everybody, they'll do with anything. It is simply impossible. You can make an explicitly anti-fascist movie and they'll be like, yeah, this means that we should be in charge. If you think about it. Fascism is a cult of the irrational. You cannot make an anti-fascist artwork that is impossible for them to co-opt. ad hominem much. I don't think being sponsored has to do with the argument someone makes in a video. I wasn't me criticizing Kurzgesagt. I was saying that someone asked me if I would accept the grant, and I said no. I have no issue with them accepting sponsorships. I even said I don't know to what degree them receiving a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation dictates their editorial focus. So I don't know what it is you think I'm ad hominem them about. I'm simply stating that in my personal case, because I can avoid taking sponsorships on Thought Slime, I don't take them. I feel it would be a conflict of interest. I think that I would still behave responsibly, but having the incentive to not behave responsibly is just something I don't want to risk. Today, guy sold me his Apple Watch to buy Bitcoin because he doesn't want them watching him, and I just wanted to share that with someone who appreciates the irony. Oh boy. UFA and also DUFA. Okay, but the Gates Foundation in particular is a pretty huge red flag. Yes, agreed. Again, when I say I don't know to what degree the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation grant dictates their editorial focus, the part of that is unsaid is that to some degree it must. There is that I don't know what the number is, but the number ain't zero. Speaking of crypto goofballs, when's the next Cringe Corner coming? Well, good news. You can watch it right now if you subscribe to Sophie's Patreon. That's patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. The video is up. It is an hour and 45 minutes of us responding to a conference featuring the red boy himself, the reddest man alive, Caleb T. Maupin, his new political party for people that enjoy war crimes. You cut 6 hours down to an hour and 45 minutes. Wow. Yeah, this video nearly killed me. I worked in total, like 2 straight weeks of 12-hour days editing this one. And it's like, why am I doing this? This video is not going to perform that well. Why am I putting so much effort into this? But I did it. So I've done it now. Your last Scaredy Cats video directed me to Tubi, where I discovered mega scorpions. I have never before experienced such profound cinematic bliss. Now, I don't know if mega scorpions is another name for the movie I'm thinking of, but there was a movie that released long before Snakes on a Plane, in an age before Snakes on a Plane, that was about scorpions on a plane, that was called Tail Sting, The Search for the Cure, about evil scorpions on a plane that had the cure. And it was one of the most amateurish movies I've ever seen released. I don't know if it was Asylum, but it had that vibe. And there were shots where the boom mic was fully visible. There were takes where people flubbed their lines and they just left it in, where someone flubbed a line and then stopped and redid the line, and they didn't edit it out for whatever reason. And this was released on DVD. And I rented it at a Blockbuster, Kids Ask Your Parents, and watched it. Editing is for cowards? Well, if I hadn't just said that I spent 12-hour days editing. I have the amount of footage I have on my hard drive for that video, something like 50 gigs. There's a Thought Slime video on Bill Gates. Indeed, there is. Cube is awesome. The sequel and prequel, just skip. Everyone is so interested in my opinion of Cube, I have noticed. For some reason, that is the movie that is most requested for Scaredy Cats, is Cube. Why Cube? I don't know. It's It's such a perfectly fine movie that I don't know anyone who has particularly strong feelings about. Most people are like, yeah, Cube's pretty good. Cube's good. The geoengineering video by Kurzgesagt is also Nightmare. Yes, that was going to be the next one we were going to watch. But before that, I must whiz. I have no weenus, and I must whiz. I have returned. Somehow, Thought Slime has returned. June Freckle, thank you for the subscription. And mildly impolite as well. It is a constant fight to avoid becoming a doomer. Indeed it is, but... Here. You want some hopium? Here you go. You don't think that as things get worse, more people are going to come to recognize the problem? 'Cause I sure do. That has been the trend I have observed. Okay. Geoengineering is the video. And this one is a doozy. If you didn't know, they essentially argue that we need to do what they did in the film Highlander 2: The Quickening to prevent climate change. Let me just... here it is.
By the end of the 21st century, humanity is becoming desperate. Decades of heat waves and droughts have led to unusually poor harvests, while the warming oceans yield fewer fish each year. In the tropical zones, millions suffer from famines, and resource wars have made millions more flee to the north. As things quickly get worse, in an act of desperation, the world's governments decide to enact an emergency plan. It's far from certain that a grim scenario like this will play out, but the failure of world leaders to effectively address climate change makes it far from impossible. So, in the near future, it might become necessary to try something radical.
Boy, I hope you don't ever say anything in the future which contradicts what you just said. That would make you look like quite the fool.
To slow down rapid climate change. Geoengineering. Interventions so massive in scale that they might undo centuries of human behavior, or make everything much worse. What is geoengineering? Is it really an option? And what if it goes wrong?
You're just going to have to trust me that right now it seems like they're saying, well, we don't know what would happen, and it's too big a risk. By the end of the video, they're going to be like, this might be the only thing we can do. It might be worth a shot. Amazing animation doesn't come cheap, by the way. All right. Have you heard me criticize the animation? I think the animation is great.
Geoengineering methods vary from fantastic ones like constructing giant light sails in space to seeding clouds with salt, or wilder ones like fertilizing the oceans with iron to speed up the growth of trillions of algae cells. In this video, we'll focus on an intervention we could see during our lifetimes: stratospheric aerosol injection. A clunky term.
See, like even doing this, right? Like, they present it like it's this heavenly thing. Like, if indeed your argument is meant to be like, this could be a huge problem, that would be a thing you wouldn't do.
That means spraying stuff very high up in the atmosphere to keep the sun away. Keeping the sun away. CO2 doesn't heat up the planet on its own. Almost all of the energy on Earth comes from the sun in the form of electromagnetic radiation. About 71% of this energy is absorbed by the Earth's surface and atmosphere. This absorbed energy is emitted again as infrared radiation, and CO2 is able to trap this infrared radiation and keep it in the atmosphere for a while. You can compare this effect with snuggling under a blanket in the morning. Even in a really cold room, your body emits infrared radiation, and the air between your body and the blanket traps it and creates a warm and comfy feeling.
We're familiar with the concept of heat. We all understand heat. You got that? That's going to be important going forward.
So one way to cool down the planet would be to prevent energy.
Isn't this literally what the humans did in the Animatrix? Yep. Yep. It is, as I said, the plot of Highlander 2: The Quickening. We have to block out the sun, Mr. Burns style, to prevent its harmful rays getting in and heating up the planet.
Energy from getting trapped under our planet blanket, which is already happening naturally. About 29% of the solar radiation hitting Earth is reflected back to...
Again, they are not arguing that we should do this. They're not arguing that this is a good idea. They will, however, go on to argue that it may be the best idea we have.
By bright surfaces like ice, deserts, snow, or clouds. More reflection, less energy, less warming. We can look at nature for inspiration. Specifically, the 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption, the second largest volcanic eruption of the 20th century. Aside from massive devastation and almost 900 dead, scientists noted its strong impact on the global climate. The explosion ejected...
Well, why don't we simply set off a bunch of volcanoes? Problem solved.
Millions of tons of particles and gas as high as the stratosphere, which hung around there for a while. The stuff that's interesting for geoengineering is sulfur dioxide, a nasty-smelling and invisible gas. High in the atmosphere.
Simply fill the atmosphere with farts. That will make our lives infinitely better.
It produced a haze of sulfuric acid droplets that mixed with water and created giant veils. These veils reduced the sunlight reaching...
I guess farts are methane, not sulfur, come to think of it.
Earth's surface by roughly 1%. Global average temperatures dropped by 0.5 degrees Celsius. It took 3 years until this cooling effect had stopped. Humans could imitate this process by injecting sulfur particles directly into the stratosphere. According to some scientists, this might be surprisingly easy to do, and we don't even need a lot of new technology for it.
Oh, cool.
According to one study, it also might be pretty cheap compared with the costs of rapid climate change.
Well, there you go. I mean, what an amazing way to think. It simply simply change the makeup of Earth's atmosphere because it's cheaper than having buses.
A small fleet of specialized aircraft could ascend once a year and distribute aerosols along the equator from where they would be spread around the world. Projections assume that injecting between 5 and 8 megatons of material per year would reflect enough sunlight to slow down or even stop global warming, giving us precious time to transition away from fossil fuels. Unfortunately, there might be a few unhappy side effects.
Unhappy.
There are a number of
Unhappy. Look, listen. We can dispute what the side effects are. What is indisputable is that it will fix the problem. But is it worth the cost? We don't know. I mean, it is cheaper. But is it worth the unhappy side effects? We don't know. But it will fix the problem, for sure.
potential issues with aerosol injections. Rainfall patterns could change, which could negatively affect agriculture and cause famine. Billions of people could be affected in the worst case. Also, after the 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption, the acid water veils not only cooled down the surface, they also heated up the stratosphere.
But it's cheap.
Acid is bad for the ozone layer, and the ozone hole over Antarctica was the largest it has ever been. Injecting sulfur particles over decades could have a similar effect. Scientists have already suggested using a combination of different minerals that might have much less harmful effects on the ozone layer, but more research and experiments need to be done to make sure this could work. But even if we...
Some might say that there is no experiment that is sufficient to demonstrate that that could work before altering the composition of the atmosphere of the planet. Like the burden of experimentation that would be required for that is pretty inordinate.
If we don't damage the ozone layer, there are other risks. Politicians and industry might use the cooling effect as an excuse to delay the switch to a carbon-neutral economy. Even if geoengineering slows down global warming, humanity is still adding extra CO2 to the atmosphere. More CO2 in the air means that the oceans absorb more CO2, which makes them more acidic. This is already beginning to be deadly to huge ecosystems like coral reefs, and the longer this continues, the more severe the effects will be. But it gets worse. Once we start pumping particles into the atmosphere on a massive scale, we might be forced to do so for a long time, or we could risk a termination shock. What that means is that if humanity continues to enrich the atmosphere with CO2, but at the
so we know, so you know, if we do this, and may I remind you, it is cheaper. There's no, it's irreversible. We have to keep doing it forever. But it is cheaper, and we wouldn't need to develop new technology. So
at the same time prevents the planet from heating up by blocking solar radiation, we're sitting on a time bomb. Once we stop geoengineering, the natural cycle will take over again and Earth would heat up. But after a few decades of keeping the planet artificially cold while still releasing massive amounts of CO2, it would heat up much, much quicker. An increase in temperature that would take 50 years today could happen in just 10 years. Such a temperature shock in such a short time would disrupt every major system on Earth so much that it would be impossible to adapt in time. The worst-case scenario could be dramatic famines and the rapid destruction of ecosystems. Humanity might survive, but the
yeah, I mean, look, we might survive.
survivors would inhabit an unfamiliar and hostile world. The best-case scenario...
I think any idea where when you look at the worst-case scenario, you have to use the phrase, it's possible that we would survive this. I would argue that makes the idea not worth trying. If it has the potential to end the human race, it's difficult for me to imagine a bigger risk than that.
Is that once the world has finally fully understood the existential danger of rapid climate change, geoengineering can buy us a crucial decade or two. Time to transition our economies and maybe even pull CO2 out of the atmosphere. Maybe with technologies that we'll discuss.
So how is it that they made this video where they're talking about how this could buy us a decade? To save us from what? This video was produced in 2020. It's not like it was produced during the time period where they claim that climate change did represent an existential threat. Now that in this video, they're going so far as to argue that we may need to do something that could be an existential threat in order to buy us time to fix the problem. Ergo, suggesting that they think climate change is an existential threat. What changed?
In a future video. Conclusion. Geoengineering is a scary concept. It's not a solution to climate change, and it might even be a welcome excuse for the fossil fuel industry to delay the end of the fossil fuel age.
Oh, that's okay. Well, never mind. As long as they end that sentence there, I think that I've been wrong about them this whole time.
Over the last few decades, geoengineering has been so controversial that it's stopped many scientists from doing the experiments necessary to understand it better.
I'm just saying, we're just asking questions.
Opposing geoengineering is short-sighted.
It's just short-sighted.
The sad truth is,
you can't just rule it out. You can't just rule it out because we might have to do this. We might have to fill the Earth's atmosphere with some chemicals to reflect sunlight out. We might have to do that. Hi, Mildew. I think you were right about everything you said in the first video. Also, I'm a trans girl, and today is the 4th anniversary of me being on E! Congratulations! Justinian777. Well, to be fair, after a while, you won't smell the farts anymore because your body just starts to ignore it. That is already the case for my lifestyle. I eat a lot of beans. As a vegan, eat a lot of beans.
Are already running a geoengineering experiment. We're testing how fast the world changes if we add about 40 billion tons of CO2 each year.
It turns out not great. If that's the results of that experiment, and mind you, we don't have a control group really, then it would be strongly discouraging, I would say.
This experiment is about to get really exciting. Hopefully, we'll never have to use geoengineering.
We'll never have to use geoengineering. Hopefully we'll never get to a point where we have to use it. Because of course, climate change is simply, there's simply nothing, we have not yet figured out a way to stop it.
If we need to in the future, we better have done the science. We better be prepared. Or a panicking humanity might accidentally press the self-destruct button. You probably won't have to do any of that yourself, but who knows? Better brush up on your science knowledge just in case.
And there you go. We better, listen, we think it's a bad idea. We think it's a bad idea, but very dangerous, could end the human race. And that's why further research is required in case we have to do it. Literally, they're saying brush up on your science knowledge, but they're ignoring the chemistry of acid rain. Oh, they didn't ignore the chemistry of acid rain. They simply said that acid rain would happen and that could be a problem. But what you don't get is that it's cheaper. It's cheaper, and we don't have to develop new technology. So let's just do this. You just got to do the research. We have to have experiments. It's all well and good to say don't do it because it could end the human race, right? But until we have the data, until we have the numbers, we have to keep our options open. Did they mention acid rain and I totally missed it? They did mention it. When they were talking about volcanoes, they were like, one of the problems with volcanoes is that they release acidic chemicals and that depletes the ozone layer. Maybe they didn't mention acid rain specifically. I don't know. They talked about acidic stuff, acids, etc. We'd need a world government to regulate the entire atmosphere. It's unworkable. Well, no, not really. You would just need any country whose airspace is above the equator to sign on. And then it could be imposed by powerful countries. Yet another reason that this is a very good thing to keep in mind. If as long as you do the numbers and you punch it in and your models say that it's not going to kill us, then why not? It could give us some time until we figure out how to stop burning fossil fuels, which we don't know how to do now. This plan is technically already classified as a war crime. Well, to be clear, that would not stop any country that actually has the capability to do this, of which there are maybe 3. Have they done any ones about communism? Not that I'm aware of. I offer my Bezos bucks as tribute to the slime. The slime acknowledges the fossil fuel entities be like, we can quit anytime, bro. It's just it. It's like the argument he is making here. And it is so insidious because he's not saying geoengineering is a good idea. That would be like a point that you could say, like, look at this doofus saying this. Instead, he's saying geoengineering might be the best recourse available because there's simply we might have no other option. We could simply not put ourselves in the situation. With the thing is, climate change isn't something that we need to find a way to stop. It is something we are actively doing. It is the result of processes that we could stop at any moment. I forgot that I also had Bezos bucks sitting around. Thanks for all the great content, Mildred. You're welcome, baby. Thank you for the Bezos dollars. But just fucking... So they did pretty much ignore acid rain. I mean, is it the biggest problem with their proposed solution? Calm like a Tom, thank you for the gift subs. Welcome, thank you. They did pretty much ignore acid rain, but I like they mentioned that the acid would be in the atmosphere and would deplete the ozone layer. Like it, I don't know. I don't know chemistry or not. I don't know nothing. I wander through the world, tabula rasa. Every time I blink and open my eyes, I'm in a brand new world. But how would their filling the atmosphere with the chemicals they said, would that cause like a great deal of acid rain? Would acid rain then be like the biggest problem? What if the acid comes back down? That's true. Miss Kitty Cat Gamer, thank you for this subscription. 19 months, Jesus. I didn't even know I'd been streaming on Twitch for 19 months. They did a bad video just parodying a bad TED Talk. You got to ban Cleo Ingalls for spam. Seems like they're saying "Hey Morty" a lot. Is it a Rick and Morty thing? I don't get it. I don't know if I want to ban this person before I get the joke. The acid would wipe out a huge number of plants. There's so much about what they're doing what they're suggesting that would, like, there's so many reasons it would kill us all. Well, I guess what I'm asking isn't that, I'm not asking would there be acid rain or is acid rain bad? Because I know obviously it is. Acid falling from the sky, pretty clearly bad. But would it be like comparably to the other reasons that this would kill us all? Would it be a major contributing factor, I guess is what I'm asking. There's no joke, they're just spamming. But like, why spam it? Is the question. It's got to be some kind of joke. I mean, I'll ban them, I guess. I'm being peer pressured into banning them. They're gone. They can't hurt you anymore. I would personally love it if acid fell from the sky. Not that kind of acid. It would actually be pretty bad. Because our bodies have to maintain a certain alkaline balance. And that's why I want to sell you my nutraceuticals that I've developed. Just kidding, haha. Unless. Acid already falls from the sky. It's just how acidic? They're literally saying don't do geoengineering. I think we just really watched the video. Like we just watched the video. They're not. They never said don't do geoengineering. They in fact said that a blanket ban on doing the research for whether or not geoengineering would be a good idea is short-sighted. They did not say don't do geoengineering. The title of the fucking video is Geoengineering, a horrible idea we might have to do. That would be a strange thesis for a video with that title, wouldn't you agree?
By the end.
They're saying don't do it yet? Yeah. But in addition to saying don't do it yet, they're saying it might be the only option to save humanity from climate change. I agree that we should, like, if their video was simply geoengineering, don't do it, I'd be like, yeah, agreed. It sounds pretty fucked up. But instead they're saying, don't do it, but maybe it'd be better than the alternatives, maybe. They're clearly arguing for geoengineering. You just can't Uno reverse the entire point of the damn video. They're like, it's not so much that they're presenting geoengineering as an uncomplicatedly good thing. It's that they are arguing that it might be our only option, right? And like, that is arguing for it, but like, don't confuse that with me making the patently untrue argument that they're saying geoengineering is good. They're not. They're saying it might be what we have to do. When in fact, it won't, because we could simply stop pumping CO2 into the atmosphere. This is the level we're at. This is the level we're at, folks, where we have people seriously arguing that it may be necessary to blot out the sun in order to prevent or in order to protect the economic structure of capitalism. And when I say, well, that seems like a fucked up thing to say, we end up with people going, no. You're taking it out of context. If you actually put the full context, they actually present some pretty good arguments for blotting out the sun. Found it. They took down the video after being called out, but you can find it. It's their video on addiction. It's a bad video parodying a bad TED Talk. I mean, if they took it down, I see no reason to like pick on them for something that they have since recanted. I mean, if it's like if it's just like because of plagiarism, like that sucks. But is Thought Slime ruining Kurzgesagt tonight? No, liberalism is ruining Kurzgesagt. I think I've said the name of the channel differently every single time I've said it. Oh, come on. Blotting out the sun is hyperbolic? Yes, I'm aware. It is a joke. But that being said, the joke is making fun of the fact that they are literally arguing. This is the position you are defending, okay? Just really think about where you're at, that this is the position you are defending. That we might have to, rather than change the way our economy is ordered, we might have to deliberately change the composition of the atmosphere of the only planet we have yet discovered that is capable of sustaining life. This is the position you are saying that I am not giving enough credit. This is the position that you are sitting here. You are hearing that, and you're thinking to yourself, you're making it sound ridiculous. Does that mean we stop calling out Caleb Maupin for the books he stopped selling? No. There's a difference, I think, because Caleb Maupin has not recanted what he said in the book. Also, what exactly are we criticizing Caleb for saying in that book? It's weird that became the talking point. What is it exactly that we didn't like that Caleb said? You are misrepresenting their point of the video because they are rational in knowing that they are never going to get rid of capitalism for communism or whatever you guys want. Oh, well then, yeah, what I didn't realize is what I'm saying is unrealistic. In fact, the only realistic solution, obviously, is to change the composition of the planet's atmosphere to better accommodate spewing tons of carbon into it. That's the only thing that's it would be irrational to assume that we could simply not fill the atmosphere with carbon. What pie in the sky thinking is that? No. What we need to do is find a different chemical to put in that balances everything out. That's the rational way to do it. The best case scenario they offer is 2 to 3 extra decades of time before climate change kills us. The drawbacks are not worth this short amount of extra time. And then in the first video that we looked at, they argued that like capitalism isn't on track to kill us anyway. So why then make this video arguing for this insanely drastic proposal? Like, I think what people don't recognize is that to the degree to which any small change has like consequences that we cannot predict, right? Because there's no way to model that to the degree of fidelity that would be required. So like we put lead in gasoline and that led to a catastrophe on a global scale that like poisoned generations of people. Right? That was something we did just with one thing that we were using, right? And now to argue that like there is some experiment you could do that would conclusively or within some degree of confidence tell you that you could make a major change to the composition of the Earth's atmosphere. I cannot stress this enough. What he is arguing is to change the composition of the atmosphere of the planet. That we could crunch the numbers and determine whether or not that would help us. Climate change won't kill the fit among us. A remnant will always survive. Yeah, because when I think of factors which only the fit will survive, it's definitely climate change. The same way that like if a volcano went off, the strong would survive that. The strong, simply the more lava resistant people would survive, and humanity would evolve to become more immune to lava. It's the fit and strong will simply not starve to death as global food infrastructure collapses. They'll make do with less food or learn to eat rocks because they're strong. And also, I think that's fine. I think it's fine if weak people die. Sure. Clipped and chipped for sure on that one. Yeah, billions of people are going to die, but not cool people. Yes, we could do that, or we could do the cheaper thing with changing just the composition, which might kill every one of us, but we'd save the money. Exactly. That is one thing I will say. What I'm leaving out of my analysis is that it would be cheaper to fill the air with chemicals that might fix it. I'm telling you, it is a bad idea as someone close to finishing my environmental science major, a background in environmental science, and multiple classes in climate change. We've already altered the composition of the atmosphere in a fundamental way right now. And look what happened. I would argue it has led to some consequences that we could not have predicted ahead of time. If we had deliberately filled the atmosphere with CO2, right, we would not have predicted that as a result of that, there would be people displaced from countries. There would be diseases popping up that wouldn't have happened before. Okay, but hear me out. What if we save even more money and just build a rocket ship for Elon Musk and his slaves to go to Mars? I do believe that if we took Elon Musk and put him in a rocket ship and maybe some other people like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, I don't know, anyone with over $1 billion, let's say, put them all in a rocket ship and launched it, I do think that would have an appreciable difference towards climate change. I do think it would help. Wouldn't fix it. It would be a good start, though. If you believe that saying the only solution to climate change is to end capitalism equals we are doomed, you're a doomer anarchist janitor says revolution is possible. Hold on. I'm having trouble parsing what you mean. Are you saying that if you believe that saying the only solution to capitalism is to end, if you believe that saying the only solution to end climate change is to end capitalism equals we are doomed, you are a doomer. Anarchist janitor says revolution is possible. Revolution is possible, and I we don't need to get to communism to prevent climate change, but we need to get to a point where the economy is not managed with the exclusive goal of creating a profit for a few people. That's the only solution. It's like full stop. The processes that are happening that led to this crisis need to be stopped. Can we, though, as a treat? I'm like, sure, yeah, absolutely. Listen, everyone in chat, you have my permission to build communism. All right? I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, but now you know. There's more fascists in America than there are socialists. A revolution would end up with a Christian regime. First of all, where are you getting these numbers? Second of all, we change that. We go out. Look, okay, real talk. If you believe that the average person in the United States would prefer to live under climate collapse and oligarchy rather than like have their material needs met, you are buying into fascist propaganda. The reality of the matter is that the problem we face isn't that people don't want the things that socialism offers. It's that they don't believe socialism can provide those things. So if we want people to be on our side, we just have to fix that. We have to change that. Keep fighting the good fight, Mildred. Cheers. I ain't fighting shit. I'm talking about videos. I'm making fun of little birds. But this idea that like the broad masses of people support the Christo-fascist, dominionist oligarchy in the United States is, I think, deliberately cultivated and manufactured in order to have an excuse to hand power to undemocratic solutions to the problem, like the police and military-industrial complex. Because otherwise, the authoritarian, if we don't become more authoritarian, the authoritarians are going to get us. Hey, Omildo, I got to go, but I enjoy some of the spoils of my union labor. Solidarity forever. Thank you for being in a union. Just before the French communists, most chants were nationalists. Most future communards were just anti-Prussians. Mere weeks later, the same people were socialists. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. And I would think that this is like, people around here would understand this, because if you've heard the term bread tube, the very first, the reason that Peter Kropotkin called the book The Conquest of Bread was he was arguing that the first stage in a social revolution is to feed people, by which he didn't mean like, let's have a dinner party. He meant provide people, if you want to convince people that they should fight for you, you provide their material conditions. So if you want a revolutionary action, it is feeding people. It is providing for people, providing for your community. That's how you change. That's how you change people's minds. That's why the CIA and the FBI thought that the Black Panthers were such a threat, because they started the most dangerous and radical thing in their mind that the Black Panthers did was feed people in their community. Not to be an anprim, but I don't think any technological solution to climate change that wouldn't generate a nightmare world went out the window decades ago. Yeah, I'm not arguing for a technocratic solution. I'm not arguing that we're going to develop a new technology that's going to fix the problem, or that if we rationally organize the economy in some way that, like, if we dismantled capitalism, that we would then have the human capacity to develop a new technology. However, I am arguing that the technology in and of itself is not a problem, in my view. It is how it is used. And the fact of the matter is that right now, the global economy is managed in such a way to benefit a very small amount of people. And that requires an enormous amount of waste that we could simply eliminate. It's like, have you done the overpopulation in Africa video yet? Oh yes, we did that one. Most tech is bad, actually. I don't agree. Again, technology can be used for bad, as can literacy. Humanity won't survive. Hold on. Wouldn't survive another population bottleneck because genetics or something. I don't know what you mean by that. I get the impression that you're being facetious, but population bottleneck because genetics or something? So you're talking about like when the human population was reduced to like 10,000, there was like some crisis like in the prehistoric past that did that, and we bounced back somehow, like we couldn't do that now because our genetics ain't good? Or this is an argument that other people are making that you're making fun of? Literacy is a technology? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Here we go. Technology is just when you have ideas. Simply remove ideas. This is the Zerzan, who argues that like technology includes language, and therefore, in order to, and also that we must eliminate technology. Therefore, we have to like literally reject humanity, return to monkey. I can think of very few examples of technology that are inherently bad, not many that are mostly bad, and plenty that are either positive or neutral. Well, like, what is an example of a technology that is inherently bad? Like, nuclear weapons? Is that it? Aside from that? Because even then, let's argue the benefits of nuclear weapons, shall we? No, like it isn't like the technology of nukes in and of itself, like making it into a bomb, that's a bad way to use it. But also making like a nuclear power plant, I would argue, neutral. Bioengineered viruses intended to be used as weapons? Okay. But again, is that like, I guess, yeah, I guess like the products of, I guess if we by technology mean like the things produced, the actual thing produced, like, yeah, there could be things that were unequivocally bad. But I'm thinking of it more like the processes and like the methodologies that go into making it, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, it does depend on how you define technology. I can see how this is just kind of I think we're talking across purposes. And I think probably it's also my mistake, not chat's. I just got in, who we blown up? Nuke the whales, I say. You gotta nuke something. Nuclear bombs are useful as a way to propel spacecraft. Is that a bomb, though, in that case? Genuine question. Are you a neo-Luddite? As in, is technology bad itself, or is there more to the argument of how humanity utilizes technology? I am not a neo-Luddite. I do not believe that technology in and of itself is bad. I am, in fact, very pro-technology. I don't know if I've said this. I like technology. I think it is good. I think that the giving the power of technology and who controls and maintains that technology over to the institutions which control our lives now, it's bad. And this is a good point. The Luddites were right. The Luddites were presented as this primitivist group who simply wanted to destroy technology because they were spooked by the machines being. They just wanted to withhold progress. But in fact, it was because they were being driven from their land and being forced into factories where their working conditions were horrible, and thus by resisting that, they could go back to the lives they had been living previously of unenclosed land. But really not clear on this. Is Mildred anti-technology or not? I'm not anti-technology. I think technology is good. But everything produced by technology can be used to do bad things. Right? Like the same way that like, do I think metal is good or bad? Well, metal is good. You need metal to do all sorts of important things. But you could also use metal to stab someone in the brain, and that's bad. So you're saying technology is inherently evil? Yes. This is my point. Technology is inherently evil. All matter, actually, is inherently evil. Because we live in a world, a fallen world, and only the realm of the spirit and the mind is pure. So What I am saying is that what we must do in order to return to a pure state of being is to not simply get rid of all technology, but also debase ourselves and devolve into some sort of half human, half slug creature that subsists on literally eating dirt. Is the overarching theme of what I'm saying. Are people deliberately ignoring you? This is a thing that people do in chat. Is if I have to repeat myself, they will start asking the question a bunch to get my goat. I believe is what is happening here. People are trying to get me all flustered and mad. Team Slugmen? Slugmen nuts. Am I right? The main frustration Slime had with the video at the end was when Kurtz argued for further research, which one could make against nukes. Yeah, well, okay, yeah. If someone made the argument that, like, well, we don't know, maybe nuclear weapons would be good, I would say that I would make a similar argument, yes. Thoughts and Slime are both technologies. Therefore, Thought Slime uncovered his massive hypocrite in revealing video. This is a thing. As everyone knows, I am against technology, but very for the grime and disgusting industrial byproducts that it produces. This is the enigma of me. I believe we should have no technology, as I have said many times, but we should have industrial waste. So the machines that make that waste shouldn't produce anything else. It should all be waste, only waste. Primitivism is so weird. What about medicine or agriculture? This is just it. Here's why primitivism, anarcho-primitivism, is a meme ideology. It is an ideology strictly for people that like to argue things. Because if you say that to them, if you say, well, what about medicine? They'll go, no. When we say we're anti-technology, we're not including medicine. And you go, oh, okay. Well, what about agriculture? No. Look. Technology started with agriculture. We're not saying that we don't produce food, simply that we stop having technology, by which we mean technology that serves the goals of civilization, which we have defined as like this oppressive kind of magical force. But like you ask them what needs to change, and they become vague. And then if you ask them anything specific about it or any problem that might possess, then suddenly they walk it back. And it just becomes this game of like defining words to mean this but bad. So like technology is technology when technology is bad. Otherwise, we do technology. Wet puppets equals best technology? Obviously. So they argue like fascists? No. Not quite. I see what you're saying, but I think there's a subtle distinction in that a fascist argues dishonestly. A fascist will change what they're saying on the fly because they don't actually believe what they're saying, and they just want to win people over. A primitivist argues kind of just... They have an idealist kind of way of looking at things where what they're explaining won't result in the problems that you're describing because they won't result in the problems you're describing. It is this circular logic of, oh, we wouldn't do technology is technology, which is bad, so we won't do that. Therefore, anything we make is not technology. But then when you ask them, well, what is technology? Their answer would include things that they claim they would not be against. So like, like your question about medicine, right? That is the perfect example, because they will say like, anything that requires electricity or anything that requires like a machine, will inevitably set humanity on a course that leads us to environmental destruction. And then you say, well, what about people who need medicine? And they're like, no. Obviously people can have medicine. Well, then how do we make it? You're gonna need machines to make that medicine. Primitivists think that the hunter-gatherer culture was most fit for humans. Just stab your cancer with a spear. I think there's a contingent of eco-fascists that might believe that, but anarcho-primitivists tend to argue, I think, less so that we reject humanity and return to monkey. More so, they argue that the result of technology is domination inherently. But then when confronted with any consequence of that belief, they backpedal immediately, because it's simply it's like they're like ANCAPs more than anything, because what they like about the ideology is that it simply allows them to play devil's advocate to literally everyone. I was so sure NPrims hated agriculture and want us to be hunter-gatherers. They do until you say it, right? It's like, they're like, yeah, we have to get rid of agriculture. And then you say, well, then millions of people will die. And they're like, yeah, we're not saying you gotta get rid of agriculture. That'd be ridiculous. Bookchin thought they were insanely moronic. This is one of the areas in which I agree with the bookster. It is an ideology that, were it to be genuine, would be all the things that people criticize it for. But because it's simply there as something for them to be able to argue with people about, it doesn't matter what they believe. I've often found that arguing with primitivists is akin to liberation Randians. It's always shifting definitions, etc. Exactly. Because what they like about this is why it's such a waste of time, I think, to discuss them, right? Because like ANCAPs, like libertarians, like, ideologies such as these, they don't believe it. What they like is that they have an ideology that nobody has, so that they can continuously argue with people. So they get to feel like a superior person who's figured it all out because they have an ideology that nobody shares. Do you write for fun outside of scripts for videos? Sometimes. I wrote a short story a while ago that I posted on Twitter. Dividing cultures into subsistence forms is another form of colonialist categorization. Graeber's new book more or less dispelled the stupidity. I I think you went a bit over my head with that one, to be honest. I'm about halfway through that book. I'm an anarcho-nomadic primitivist. Why use computer? How come? How come use computer then? If you like you say this and they'll go, "Oh, why do you participate in capitalism?" Because I have no choice. I have to use I have to if I could opt out, I would. But you can just not use computer. You don't have to use computer. But you do use computer. Hold on, I gotta whiz again. I will whiz in return. I have returned. Let's be extremely real for a second. There are people who would not be alive without technology, and most demonizations of that boil down to ableist eugenics eventually. It has come down to improving the world for each other. There's That's just got to be the root of everything we do. The culprit isn't going to be something as simple as technology, perhaps progress for progress's sake. Look, if you wanted me to boil down what I think are what is the cause of most most problems in the world, to a single word, the word I would use would not be technology; it would be profit. Profit is and the pursuit thereof is the cause of most of the biggest problems in the world. Popping in kind of late, but is this part of the video you're working on, Thoughts Lime? No, it was just, you know what? It was, I did not expect this to be as controversial as it ended up being, but I thought I was trying to do something that would cheer people up because I thought it was a bad week. Profit is technology. There you go. But like, yeah, fucking everybody that needs insulin would be dead without technology. Or wheelchairs technology? People need those to walk around or to get around. It is a bad week. I was not disputing that it's a bad week. Is thick Charmander a technology? I refuse to understand what you're asking. It's like yeah. What? Dogs are a technology? Kind of. You cheered me up, so have the money. Thank you. I'm glad. I mean, dogs. We did make dogs using breedings. I don't know why, but that verbal mistake really hit. Yeah, it was an extremely silly thing I said. People need wheelchairs to walk around. Is it? It was like as soon as I said it, I was like, yeah, that one's gonna follow me around. That one's. I'm gonna be hearing about that for a while. I sometimes stumble over words. Have I ever read The Dispossessed? I have not. I plan to at some point. You often cheer me up with your content, Mildred. That's why they call it content, because it makes you content. Oh, I didn't mean it as a call out or anything. Oh, I didn't think anybody was calling me out about it. I mean, I suppose you could, if you wanted to be like super aggressive, someone could make the argument that like by associating movement with walking, you're mimicking internal or demonstrating internalized ableism. But I don't think anybody was doing that. They were just saying, haha, you said a very silly thing. Is thick Charmander technology? As I've said, I refuse to understand this question. Put that phrase on a t-shirt. I want everybody to remember the time I said something very ridiculous. Are technology a gun? Yes. You also cheered me up. You get the money. Thank you, David R. I think a lot of people specifically do super chats to hear me say Damani. I think this is a theme I'm noticing. I think that I have there's a generation of people who I have ruined the word money for. Is it ableism if I would prefer cyber legs to a wheelchair? Are you in a wheelchair? I would say it's not ableism to prefer that personally, but I would think directing resources towards getting cyber legs in opposition to giving people wheelchairs, which already work, could be considered a form of institutionalized ableism. But I don't think you personally have the power to decide that. So you're probably fine. Are we going to watch another video? Nah, I think we're done with the Kurzgesagt. I think those were the 3 videos I wanted to get through. from watching your videos. I've stolen a lot of your jokes and my friends love them. This is stolen valor. I make those jokes. Every time you quote me in real life, you have to say out loud, TM thought slime, followed by the year I made the joke. I would take cyber legs instead of a wheelchair, but I mean, people do that now with legs made of polymers and metal composites. I assume that when we say cyber legs, we don't merely mean a prosthetic leg, but rather a leg, a robot leg with all of the capabilities of a human leg that can feel and you can move your toes. And I have not, obviously people should be allowed to have whatever kind of legs they need. I think we can all agree on that. Nobody should be denied legs for any reason. But I think if we choose to pursue developing robot legs while people don't have access to wheelchairs is the problem. Because it's inherently kind of saying, well, the problem won't, we don't need to actually improve your life or do things that would materially improve you. We need to change you so that you're more like us. Yeah. Because we could just give people wheelchairs and then they could get around. They could walk around. I'll take some spider legs. There's no way you could walk around on spider legs. They're way too small. The biggest spider in the world is way too small to have legs that would support you, even if you took all 8. But we would have a world that is wheelchair accessible. But in the event that we had robot legs? What? This is my point. The world, in addition to giving people wheelchairs, the world must also be made accessible to said wheelchairs. So if we have enough wheelchairs, we can pursue sweet robot legs. Absolutely. I see no reason to make robot legs illegal. If this is what you're asking, I'm not saying that we must prevent people from developing robot legs. But aren't wheelchairs an inferior technology to cyber legs? No, because wheelchairs exist and cyber legs don't. So I would think if you take the world's greatest cyber leg and put it up against a wheelchair, I think the wheelchair wins 10 times out of 10. How about we genetically modify humans to grow new limbs? Now you're using your noodle. That's, I think, the way forward is we simply get into the DNA, tinker and tool around with it, get in there, chop and screw, change that around, give ourselves some lizard DNA. That way you lose a leg, you just grows right back. Well, wouldn't developing cyber legs be technology? Isn't it hypocritical for you to support that when you're anti-tech? No, because it's only technology if it's bad. Isn't that the plot of the lizard bloke from Spider-Man? No, that was completely different. That was his arm. He regrew his arm. That's ridiculous. We're talking about legs. How do we get teens to smoke more cigarettes? Got to get rid of the vapes. Show them cringe truth.com ads. Oh man, truth.com. That brings me back. For those that don't remember, that was a anti-smoking campaign where they did like PETA style stunts about smoking to get kids to stop smoking. brings you back. They're still here, aren't they? The website might still be up, but like they used to be like all over the TV. They used to make a lot of commercials that would be on all the time. Wheelchairs are better than cyberlegs because the wheelchairs won't go obsolete when the cyberleg company stops supporting them. And again, wheelchairs already exist. We already have wheelchairs, is the thing. They exist. Wheelchairs are real. I've seen them. But presumably, if we are to steelman the cyberlegs argument, which we should, because if you have cyberlegs, you'd be part steel. We are imagining a cyberleg that does not require any more updates, any future maintenance, that has all the capabilities of a human leg, which some would argue includes being self-repairing. Pretty sure the truth.com was just an excuse to sell merchandise that didn't care about anything? Possibly. Wheelchairs are probably a good enough kludge. Cyberlegs might be overkill. I mean, wheelchairs, regardless of whether or not a wheelchair is sufficient, we can make wheelchairs. So why not just do that? And then later, once people are like, okay, wheelchair situation under control. Thank you, the wheelchairs, we got them. It's great. That helped a lot. And also accessible everywhere. Didn't think we'd pull that off so quick, but we did. Thanks. Then you want to make your cyber legs? Go for it. I've been reading The Mushroom at the End of the World today. It's super related to the stuff we've discussed in the stream. I recommend it. I've never heard of this writing, The Mushroom at the End of the World. I will make note of this for the future. What if wheelchairs had legs instead of wheels? That's just a cyber leg with extra steps. You're describing a leg chair. Not I'm imagining a Krang-style bubble walker. What if cyberlegs had wheels? If they don't, I don't think, why wouldn't you put wheels in the cyberleg? I'm talking retractable wheels, right? So that when you're in a situation where it's simply more efficient. We need cyber Heelys. Exactly. Voice activated so you can say go gadget cyber wheelies. You are so on point with that. That is exactly right. Okay, hear me out. What about instead of wheelchairs? See, already, I know you're going to make a joke, but already, no. Nothing, not instead of wheelchairs. Wheelchairs. We have mini tanks like that one soldier from Team Fortress 2 has as a taunt. No. Stop putting it off. Give people wheelchairs. I want an AT-AT walker. That serves an entirely different purpose. That is a machine of war. That isn't a mobility aid. I don't think that the Empire was using AT-ATs because the people piloting them couldn't walk. Can I patent a wheelchair? How will someone make monies? I mean, you can still sell wheelchairs. Just put my brain in the dragon robot. You have to put your brain in the dragon robot, or else Ray will have to do it again. You can't sell them super overpriced, though. Well, I would argue probably somebody does. I think you're wrong there. I bet probably people definitely do. It could be one of those things where they charge insurance companies for the wheelchair so that they can charge exorbitant prices for them, thus meaning that anybody who wants to get one without insurance is completely fucked, like a lot of medicine is in the United States. It's at, not AT-AT. I disagree. Okay, let me ask you this. The ATSD, how do you pronounce that? At-st? Is the Rebel Alliance communist? Nah, probably not, right? Lucas intended them to be an allegory for the Viet Cong. I don't think that doesn't sound true, to be honest. That sounds like maybe some after the fact reasoning. George Lucas said the rebellion is based on the VC. Yeah, but like based on versus an allegory for, very different conversations. When's Disco? Love you, Mildo. I did not enjoy playing a Disco Elysium on stream. It is, I did not have a good time doing it. Probably not going to do that again. Sorry. To be fair, he said those exact words. Yeah, I feel like it's, again, some after the fact reasoning. I mean, Lucas was in line to direct Apocalypse Now. I feel like he was at least thinking about it. But yeah, not an allegory. More like inspired by. Yeah, that I could buy. Because if you want to make a rebellion in a movie, obviously you would look at like a guerrilla rebellion. But then the prequel movies were supposed to be about the death of democracy in America, which is cute. Implying America ever had democracy. I feel like even that, I think, assigns too much credit to old JL. GL. JL just sounds better together than GL. What's the second set of ATs stand for again? All terrain. It's all terrain, all terrain. All terrain, all times. What color lightsaber would you have, Mildred? Purple or green? Green. No question, green. Because the lightsaber toy I had as a child was green. So I would have a green one. It's just that simple. Hey, here's an idea. I was thinking about this the other day. Here's an idea. I don't know why they didn't do this. The lightsabers that the Sith use are all red, right? So why didn't they make it so that if a lightsaber is ever used to spill innocent blood, it turns red? Because otherwise, why would they all have red lightsabers? It seems like a dead giveaway that they're a bad guy. And I know that like what is innocent blood? Like a person who didn't deserve to die. I'm talking about a magic thing, right? So I can say that. How would lightsabers know about innocence? Because they're magic. It's all magic. The Force. The Force does it. But like that would have made so much more sense. It wouldn't make sense now because Anakin Skywalker killed a bunch of babies with his lightsaber. The Jedi's use natural kyber crystals and the Sith use synthetic ones is the lore. Yeah, but the lore will be better if it was a result of their actions, right? Because like most Sith, it seems, are converted Jedi. So why wouldn't they just have the same lightsaber? Why, when they kill a Jedi, do they not steal their lightsaber or just the crystal inside so that they can have a different color one so that they can blend in? You would have a red lightsaber then because you want to kill Baby Yoda? First of all, just because I want to kill Baby Yoda doesn't mean I would succeed at it. Secondly, not innocent. The lore is that they steal them? Well then, why are they synthetic? Why don't they just... This is make... See, do you see how cleaner my explanation is? You just have it and you get that cool dramatic moment where like they kill somebody and then the it changes color, you know? And like the lighting, you know, lights up their face in red. It would have been better. Why do Sith even have lightsabers? That was just a Darth Vader thing because he turned traitor? That's true. The Emperor never had one. Plus, lightsabers cauterize. There's no blood. I didn't mean like you kill someone who is innocent, or you kill someone in anger, or you kill someone. You give in to the dark side and kill someone. Or maybe through succumbing to the dark side, it changes it. And that way you could have a moment, or I guess because that way you could have a moment where like, you know, someone changes heart. What if you ship of Theseus a lightsaber that's been bloodstained? Does the red stick with the crystal or what? See, these are all questions that would be fun to explore if they had done it my way. I'm just saying it's a better idea. It should just be kill someone, like Jedis could not kill people but also be wicked powerful. But Jedis killed people in like the original movie, so... I prefer Star Piece. That's the truth. Yeah. That's why the only good piece of Star Wars media is the Christmas special. But if you strike down baby Hitler, he'll become more powerful than I can possibly fathom. I don't know if that's true. Hitler actually, and historians back me up on this one. I'm not 100% on this. Pretty sure became less powerful when he died. Screw you guys, Curse. Thank you for the subscription. And if your lightsaber is yellow, it's because you're into pee? Yeah. Then there could be a lot of lore about why, for example, what's his name? The guy with the big head, Kiadi Mundi, why he's into P. I don't know if he has a yellow lightsaber, but it would be a fun thing to explore. He would if it meant that you were into P. Lightsabers have relationships with their wielders. Mandalorian has trouble using the dark saber because he has to prove his worthiness. I haven't watched the Mandalorian, but I thought it was because the dark saber, it gets heavier over time, so you got to use the force to lift it. Been watching you on the tube and Twitch for years now, keeping all kinds of articulate and bold, Mr. Slime. Thank you, Fwasty. Thank you very much. Oh no, why is my lightsaber brown? Have you tried turning it on and off again? So lightsabers are like a hanky code? Absolutely. Real quality chat, huh? I don't understand what you mean. These are some of the best chatters on the face of the earth. And that's why we're discussing what different colored lightsabers mean vis-a-vis which ones are poop and which ones are pee. At least we aren't hearing jokes. Oh, don't worry, they're coming. You're not safe. We're masters of discerning Mildred's opinions. Exactly. That's why even when I said I wasn't anti-technology, chat correctly realized that I was. What color is Kurzgesagt's lightsaber? Blue, the most boring color. What is your favorite joke Mildred has ever said? Yes, everyone, please praise me in chat. Tell me of the finest jokes. Delight me with tales of my jokes. Dance for me. I like to build brown bricks with mine crap. That was one of my better ones. Thank you. Yes. For the record, the best joke I have ever made and ever will make was saying that erections are uppercase dicks about a week ago on Twitter. Three out of 10. That's a ban right there. It's the funniest joke anyone's ever made. How about some Matt Gaetz hate or Marjorie Taylor Greene, or at least that Glenn Greenwald clown or Kyle Kalinske shill? Oh, the exception of Kyle Kalinske, none of them. Well, Glenn Greenwald, I suppose, does, but I don't know. I would assume that everyone here fucking knows my feelings on such people. Turning Caleb Maupin into a corn cob. He was a corn cob well before I started. Frankly, I enjoy the sheer use of wet puppet. It describes the thing I like perfectly. What is a moppin? Is that like a Muppet? It's like a Muppet in many ways. In that it is being controlled by a more powerful entity, but not like a Muppet in other ways, like for example, not entertaining or funny. Do I like comment etiquette? Yeah, it's a good YouTube channel. I'm big into the Wishmaster impression myself. That's something that I have been doing for years. I think of Wishmaster often. Whenever someone says, I wish, blah, 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 granted, da. You can't not do it. Have I seen any Coffin Joe movies? I have seen a few, yeah. I have a close friend of mine was obsessed with Coffin Joe in university. What's the biggest change in your life since getting married? Uh, there's this woman that's around more often. That's been a big one. Filing taxes has become more complicated. Got to wear this ring all the time. Also, like I moved in with my wife like at the same time as getting married. We hadn't lived together before that. So it's like most of the changes come more so from cohabitating than getting married, which in and of itself is a thing we did mostly for her parents. The commitment is what is important more so than the actual marriage. But yeah. In the KOTOR Star Wars lore, Sith was originally a species that got colonized and subjugated by an offshoot of the Jedi. I couldn't sleep if I didn't tell someone this, and no one else is around. That's true. And also, you know that scene in Lord of the Rings where Aragorn kicks the helmet and then screams? That he actually broke his foot. Aragorn did. Not the actor who plays Aragorn, whose name escapes me, but the character Aragorn did in that scene. Because you're awesome, thank you. Toca de Anao Comunista. Ooh boy, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm very sorry for the even trying. I bet I did a bad job. I wish Mildred would say granted like the Wishmaster. Granted, fulfill the prophecy as you wish. Please do a Scaredy Cats on the 80s movie Society. I already did a Thought Slam video that talked about Society a great deal. Do you double check with that your wife is okay with it before you talk about her in your videos? When have I ever talked about her in my videos? I will talk about having a wife. But if I were going to reveal something about her, yeah, I would check that it was okay with her. Try to see how hard it is to get something like a house loan if you're single versus married. It's strictly an economical arrangement first and foremost to create a combined credit rating. That's a good point. My VTuber model is very lifelike. Are you referring to Bobby Duke? You understand ADHD is not proven. No, you're just wrong. You're a wrong person. ADHD is one of the most studied diseases on the face of the earth. It is the most studied neurological condition that exists. They have done brain scans that conclusively demonstrate that people with ADHD have different brain patterns. So you are wrong, and what you are saying is dumb. Like, what do we believe? The overwhelming consensus of the medical community, or your gut instinct? I don't know. Who's to say? It's still a topic of debate whether or not ADHD is real. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. There are people who will say it isn't. That doesn't mean that it is in question. Just like people will say that climate change isn't real. It is. The overwhelming consensus of medical experts, to the tune of like in the upper 90s, all agree that it is real. It is the most, and I'm not saying this offhandedly, this is a fact, the most studied neurological condition on Earth. It is conclusively demonstrated to be real. And when you say that, given that the treatment for it is essentially amphetamines, no, essentially about it. They are amphetamines and they work. The effect of stimulant medication on ADHD is, again, very well studied, very well understood. And just because it gives you the willies doesn't make that suddenly up to debate. I can tell you, as someone who takes stimulant medication, that my life immediately became better upon taking them. I can tell you that it went from me being unable to concentrate on anything for my entire life to suddenly my brain stopping and being able to take in information like a normal person can do every day. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you are demonstrating severe ignorance and doing so in a way that is so fucking condescending. Like you're talking down to someone else who's like, actually, it's still up for debate. If you looked into it, you'd know that. And you are wrong. Stop talking. Go learn. Go learn it. Like literally, look anywhere for this information. Don't search ADHD is fake. Look up, just Google the word ADHD, and I guarantee you, you will be immediately disabused of the things you're saying. And here's a thought. One of the reasons, by the way, that ADHD is often treated with stimulant medication is that people with ADHD have what's called a paradoxical reaction to stimulants, meaning that they have the exact opposite effect on people with ADHD than on neurotypical people. So, for example, if I take stimulant medication, it makes my heart beat slower. I can show you evidence of that. I can measure that. That's just the thing that happens to me. I get less emotional. I am calmer. I am more able to sleep when I take stimulants. If indeed this were a made-up condition, one would expect that not to be the case. Do we know anything about the mechanisms in biology behind that? It is believed that they provide dopamine, and dopamine not only regulates satisfaction, but has some sort of wiring effect on the brain that its absence makes you kind of anxious and jittery. Is that why coffee calms me down and I can take a nap? Potentially. Wait for the reel on the heartbeat thing? I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's a common effect, but I did notice that like my heart used to beat super fast and hard because I was like anxious all of the time. And now I'm not, and it doesn't. Let me just tell you, anyone who tells you that ADHD isn't real or is still being disputed isn't just wrong. They are ignorant they don't know the first thing about it. Like literally, they know nothing and go into the situation assuming that they must know. It is a sure sign that the person you are speaking to is a rube, is a fucking a mark, someone who Someone who just walks through life assuming they know everything without ever checking. Honest question, if I've taken stimulants and they make me jittery as fuck, does that mean I can't have ADHD? No. Not everyone who has ADHD experiences a paradoxical reaction to stimulants. And also, I forget what the other thing I was going to say was. But yeah, no, that doesn't mean that. That's one of the reasons that stimulant medication doesn't work for some people with ADHD. It's because they don't experience that. Sorry if this sounds weird, but it's nice seeing you get up in arms about something. I'm also a bit tilted. It's a first of all, I answer this question real quick. Fave Video Store in Toronto. I know what you're doing. I see what I know why you're asking. It's because it's Eyesore Cinema. They have a giant eyeball on the thing. I get what you're doing. I see you. I'm tilted about it. I'm angry about it because it's so frustrating. It's not even that they're denying my lived experience or like a medical condition that has caused me a great deal of problems. It's specifically that they're like, you're a big dummy because you didn't just make a guess and assume it's correct like I did. It's like, oh yeah, really? Like it's not simply that those people are wrong. People are wrong on the internet all the time. It's that they are wrong. They are so trivially and uncomplicatedly wrong. Like the mountains of evidence that they are wrong. Like there are no grounds upon which to claim they have the correct side of that argument. It is indisputable. But then they will like just double down on it so hard. It's just like, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Ghost Dunk, thank you for the subscription. What they're saying is also ableist as fuck. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think definitionally, if you're saying this cognitive difference you experience does not exist, it's, you know, they don't give a shit that they're being ableist. That's why that part I'm like, yeah, that's what you're doing. But that isn't the part about it that frustrates me. Because I'm used to that. I'm used to people going, yeah, just get over it. Okay, well, fuck you, I guess. But like to say like actually, if you looked into it, you'd find that it's not real. It's like, you just, have you? Could you check? And it's also like there's no standard of evidence that they would accept, right? When you bring up things like fucking the brain scan thing or the stimulants, then they'll just go, oh, that doesn't prove anything. Well, what? Well, how could you prove if ADHD did exist? Then how would you prove it? What would prove it? Mildred, what would it take for you to go back to working at Tim Hortons? Poverty. The same thing that got me to work there in the first place. Do you think you can disagree with someone in chat without calling names and personally insulting? Depends on what they're arguing. If they're arguing like, what Spider-Man movie is the best? Yeah, absolutely. I can argue that without calling someone names. But if someone comes into chat to condescend to people and claim that their neurological conditions aren't real, no, I think I'm going to call you names because it's a fucking rude thing to do. You don't get to come in here and be rude and then get surprised when someone is rude back. You're not entitled to that. You listen, go find your little safe space where people won't call you names if you want. Here, if you come in here and treat people like shit, I'm going to call you on it and tell you you're being an asshole. Bye. Frosty, thank you for the gift subs. As someone who is constantly being gaslit into thinking their chronic health issues aren't real, I appreciate when people get called out for doing that. Yeah, well, it's a thing that it is a thing that happens. It's not. But by the way, this is by no means exclusive to ADHD. There are several other conditions where people's experiences are denied. One of the big ones is fibromyalgia. People will just, apropos of nothing, claim that fibromyalgia doesn't exist because it doesn't seem like it does to them. Chronic fatigue syndrome is another, and there's a very gendered component to why those diseases are fucking dismissed, but it's the same thing. I have literally the most debilitating disease on the planet. Some fuckers tell me to my face that I'm just faking. Yeah, those people can jump face first into a garbage disposal, as far as I'm concerned. Quite frankly, fuck that. I have zero patience for that. We should sponsor Mildo attending a Tony Robbins conference. No amount of money would get me to do that. What is my favorite Spider-Man movie, though? Oh, that's a good question. I would say that, okay, so this... If the question is Into the Spider-Verse, thank you. Yes, I wasn't even thinking about that. That is, in fact, my favorite Spider-Man movie. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from having to take a position that would have been unpopular. Okay, we're back onto superheroes. Now it's a Real Thoughts Live stream. I have certain subjects I like to talk about. Chronic fatigue syndrome is another one. People with that have to go through 5 or 6 doctors just to get taken seriously. I said chronic fatigue syndrome. I did say it. Dr. Stephen Novella has a good take on fibromyalgia. The symptoms clearly exist and demonstrate some problem. What is unproven is that there is some single disease, could be many different things. Regardless, I think there are people, the people who will say fibromyalgia doesn't exist, don't then say, well, there's something, obviously something is wrong with you. We just haven't discovered what it is yet. They say, oh, no, you're lying, or you're imagining it. I work in an after-school care, and seeing kids who are unable to function get the diagnosis and help they need for their ADHD is really heartwarming. Yeah. Yeah, my life would have been very different if I had gotten... This is the thing I've been discussing in therapy for quite some time, is the anger I feel that I was kind of left to fail for my entire childhood because nobody recognized that I was like a textbook case of attention deficit disorder. I got diagnosed with ADHD at age 17 and got meds at around age 19. Huge shout out to Thought Slam for them openly discussing their diagnosis and seeking of meds. It pushed me to do the same. The reason I talk so much about it is because the moment I learned about it, my life got better. It was an enormous improvement in my life and in my understanding of myself and why I am the way I am and why my life has gone the way it's gone. So it is to me, it would be irresponsible as someone with a public platform not to discuss it. Speaking in my capacity as an autism haver, autism is fucking weird. What if it's neurotypical people who are weird? Or did I just blow your mind? therapy as a technology. Fuck. Everything's technology all the time. Let's be real. We're all weird. Not me. I am the normal one that you should all measure yourself against. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. That is like that line. I think is the worst line in the Star Wars prequels, and it doesn't get the hate that it deserves. Part of me is glad I wasn't diagnosed as autistic as a child. Chances are I wouldn't have gone through ABA therapy and been traumatized more. The thing is, like, getting diagnosed with autism as a child comes with it a heavy stigma that can be harmful. I wish we lived in a world where autism was not stigmatized, but I think that, like, learning you have ADHD as a child is far less stigmatized than learning you have autism. So I can't imagine like that you know, forcing a child into some sort of horrible counterproductive therapy like the dangers that autistic people face. My parents also avoided having me diagnosed with autism as a child because they feared the stigma. Yeah, that's awful. That's you mentioning the thing about coming up with stories just like that was such a big thing for me because I also do that, and now I have mega ADHD. Chat keeps moving, and then I lose my place. Nobody knows how ADHD works and why it does what it does. That's why it's not 100% a thing. Okay, well, is gravity a thing? Is consciousness a thing? Just asking, because we don't know how those things work. So maybe it's just a theory, you know. A game theory. Thank you. I've never actually officially been diagnosed with Asperger's, but my child psychologist said it was very obvious that I have it. Well, I don't think it's Asperger's is no longer like a diagnosis. Is it? You're just like it's isn't that didn't they like remove Asperger's from the DSM and it's just autism? Like Asperger's the guy it's named after was a Nazi? Is that why they got rid of that? Is that actually why they got rid of the term? Because my understanding was that they got rid of it because it implied like a hierarchy of like people with like they're less autistic or whatever was my understanding of why they got rid of it. It's a eugenics term for Nazis. Huh. I didn't know that. I hope I haven't said something inappropriate. Medically speaking, it's the same as classifying someone as not quite autistic. It's a loaded term. What celebrity does Mildred look like? The one I've been told that I look like two different celebrities, and one of which is going to sound like utter bullshit, wishful thinking. People have told me that I look like Jake Gyllenhaal. I personally don't think I do, and they haven't said it as much. It's something I got a lot more when I was younger. My face was slimmer, but I'm not saying that I do look like Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm just saying that people have said that. And the second is Jeremy Piven, who I do kind of see. When we moved into our apartment, the other kids in the complex chased my kid around chanting the R slur. We no longer talk to the neighbors. That's rough. Kids can be so cruel. Mildred, everyone ever has said something inappropriate about something they didn't know much about. I guarantee you have at some point. Oh, I know for a fact I have at some point. I meant I apologize in the event that I had in discussing why the term was no longer used, accidentally said something that was upsetting. More so than, oh boy, I hope I've never in my life said something problematic. Obviously I have. Everyone has. I think you can pull some Jake faces for sure. I think it's specifically the shape of my mouth. I can kind of see. You could have looked like a dollar store Jake Gyllenhaal now that you mention it. I think you'll find that Jake Gyllenhaal could look like a dollar store version of me. What's the in a nutshell thing? I'm on a work break and it's less than 1p mid and I have less than 1p min. It's because the name of the channel is Kurzgesagt in a nutshell. So I was like, aha, I got him now. I get just the zinger. I get just the zinger I need to take him down. Don't forget to take your meds, hydrate, stretch, and get a snack, everyone. I don't forget to take my medicines. It's built in now because I've been taking meds for so long. Also, if I don't, I'm like, why is my brain going so fucking fast, but none of the thoughts are any good? Oh, yeah. It's because I didn't take my meds. I think it's the eyebrows and the forehead lines. Does Jake Gyllenhaal have a wrinkly forehead? What's the weirdest dream you've ever had? I don't know. I have a lot of weird dreams. You've had a lot of weird dreams. I have a recurring nightmare that I, in the mid-conversation with somebody at a party, poop in a garbage can. And then I remember, wait, you're not supposed to poop in garbage cans? Oh no! I'm so embarrassed. And then I wake up afraid. This is my subconscious is like, you're going to forget where you're supposed to poop. This is, I am not kidding. That is a recurring nightmare I have. I don't know why. I would love to see like a dream analyst about that one. Mr. Slime, Big Pharma has hooked American children on made-up disorders for profit and capitalism. Yeah, that's what it is, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. And then they just so happen to like pay for every major study that's ever been done. They found some way to rig all of the brain scan machines. And then when they gave the medicine, they changed the prescription on the kids that with the made up disorder, so that some of them would experience something completely different from what you would expect the drug to do. I think you need to stop eating before bed. Eating doesn't... Wait, what? Why? What? What? Hold up a second here. Food before bed equals weird dreams. Okay. I thought what this person was saying was that to eat a bunch before going to bed would make me have to poop. thus giving me poop dreams. And I was about to question, does eating a great deal of food make people feel as though they must poop? Because that is not my experience. As though eating food were like drinking water. You did say you eat a lot of beans. I do eat a lot of beans. Fact, confirmed. If you poop in a dream, you poop in real life. Not true. I can confirm that that is not true. I've pooped in many dreams, as I have discussed. Nobody has ever made a fortune prescribing meth to kids. And if they did, they also helped a lot of people stay focused for longer. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's weird that this enormous conspiracy went on to hook everybody on meth, and then made an apparatus that made it extraordinarily difficult to get and require a prescription that needs to be manually refilled every couple months. It's weird, right? It's weird that they could pull off the act of tricking everybody, the entire medical establishment, into going along with this zany scheme, but couldn't get them to make the barriers towards getting that medication easier. Weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Wait, you literally said nobody made a fortune to prescribe meth to kids when Big Pharma literally made a fortune on selling Adderall to kids? Are y'all stupid? Can you go ahead and name for us a drug that Big Pharma doesn't make a fortune off of? We'll wait. Go ahead and name any drug. Do you just deny that all drugs work? Do you believe that ibuprofen works because they make millions off of selling ibuprofen? So what's your point? Exactly. Why that? Here's a question. If indeed this were something that they invented to sell drugs, why would they sell a drug that already exists and they don't have a patent on? Why wouldn't they just make up a new type of drug that only they can produce? Geez, it's almost like what you're saying is kind of just your gut feeling that you haven't really thought through, but you assume you're right because it feels right. And in fact, it's just an emotional reasoning that you've arrived at with zero consideration for the weight of evidence. But it can't be that. Also in the US, the real money is made by denying people care. The health insurance industry makes huge profits by simply refusing to provide health care. Yep. Oh yeah, Ritalin was the big push. Yeah, you can tell that the medicine doesn't work because they told people to use it, which they would only do if it didn't work. They don't. That's the thing, is they don't market products that work ever. Remember when if you've ever seen a commercial for an iPhone, it doesn't actually turn on and you can touch the screen and make apps go. They were lying. I do hope Vyvanse gets a generic version soon, though. It has one. In Canada, it does. The thing is, if this was a conspiracy, then rich people wouldn't have ADHD. You want to know if something is a conspiracy? All you got to do is ask yourself, does it affect rich people? Oh shit, there's generic Vyvanse. I have to see my doctor soon. Again, I've definitely taken a generic Vyvanse equivalent. I don't know if they have it in the States. They can stop your poop with a dose of lubiprostone. The thing is that we've for years had a pill that makes it so you don't have to poop anymore, but the toilet paper companies deny us uh, our medicines so they can sell us their cures. Vyvanse isn't generic. Vyvanse itself isn't generic, but there is I like I can confirm. I can go upstairs and get it. I have a generic. It does not say Vyvanse on the label. Not just Big TB, the whole toilet industrial complex. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, the name of this channel would be Toilet Industrial Complex. It's common with conspiratorial thinking. Just because Big Pharma takes advantage of people needing medication doesn't mean they created the underlying conditions. The government didn't need to create COVID in order to increase police force. Yeah, I know. Honestly, the weirdest part of ADHD is having a certain hyperfixation become a part of your personality for other people. Like my band associates me with the band Primus forever now. Yeah, this is the thing too, and it's you'll forever be associated with something you were interested in like years ago that you haven't thought about since then. So you can get generic ADHD medicine in Canada over the counter or no? No, you can't get it over the counter. It's still prescription. Did I ever play Guitar Hero? Yeah, I played Guitar Hero. Everybody did back in the day. Get that big plastic guitar, do your little beep boops, pretend it's music. A lot of fun. What is it people in chat think that a generic drug is? Because it doesn't mean that it's over the counter. It just means you don't have to buy the brand name version and it's cheaper. Generic drugs is a bottle of drugs that has the label drugs. That's a different kind of generic drug. Do you ever hear the Canadian billionaire who made generic drugs and was randomly murdered along with his wife and it was never solved? Oh boy. You're really throwing me a curveball here because generally when billionaires get murdered, I'm like, Pog. But if they were making medication cheaper for people, I don't know. Now it's sus. We've gone from Pog to Sad Peepo, Sad Peppy. Pepe. All right, I got there eventually. Rock band's better because you can sing instead of playing a fake guitar. You can do that anyway. You can just sing. Are you the Mildo guy on Twitter? That is my current Twitter name, yes. Mildo, short for Mildred. Wow, Thought Slime supports millionaires now. No, I didn't say millionaires. I said billionaires. Don't misrepresent me. You can sing in any video game. All right, I think it's about time, don't you, that we checked out some jokes. We got some jokes from Rob Elliott's Laugh Out Loud Jokes for Kids. We're rounding out the end. I've been saying that for a while, but we're page 95 and the jokes end on page 120. So actually not that close to the end. Okay, all right. Sorry, the first joke is knock knock. Who's there? Eyes. Eyes who? Eyes better come in before I catch a cold. And if you think I'm merely doing an eyeball zone bit, it's there. Knock knock. Who's there? Ada. Ada who? I ate a lot for lunch, so now I'm really full, and I better not go to sleep or I'll poop. Verbatim, what the joke says. Knock knock, who's there? Dewey. Dewey who? Do we have to go to school today? No. We're adults. Adults don't go to school. Knock knock, who's there? Jello. Jello who? Jello, it's me again. Knock knock, who's there? Peas. Peas who? Peas, can you come out and play? No, we're adults. Adults don't play. Unless you're a teacher, teachers are children. Knock knock, who's there? Fanny. Fanny who? Don't think you know what that word means in the UK. If Fannybody asks, I'm not home. You're not home. You're knocking on the door. Why would you knock on the door from the inside of your own home? Knock knock, who's there? Hugo. Hugo who? Hugo first. I'll go second. Congratulations, Rob Elliott. That's an actual knock knock joke. Knock knock, who's there? Megan. Megan who? You're making me crazy with all of these knock knock jokes. Adults absolutely play? No. No. I'm quite seriously and sincerely saying that adults don't play. All teachers are children. And if you walk into a school as an adult, you're instantly vaporized. Knock knock, who's there? Owen. Owen who? I'm owing you a lot of money, but I'll pay you back soon. Knock knock, who's there? Lucas. Lucas who? Lucas in the eye, and tell us you don't want to hear another knock knock joke. Love you, dork. You on any anxiety meds? Recommend. I'm on antidepressants and medication used to treat anxiety. And Vyvanse also is sometimes used as an anti-anxiety drug. But I'm also on Wellbutrin. Knock, knock, who's there? Luke. Luke who? You look like you want to hear another knock, knock joke. Knock, knock, who's there? Quack. Quack who? You quack me up with all these knock, knock jokes. Knock, knock, who's there? Sadie. Sadie who? If I Sadie magic word, will you let me in? The Goat and the Goblin is rating us. Thank you. Welcome. We're ending the stream, so that's cool. That's for you. Knock, knock, who's there? Queen. Queen who? If I had a bath, I had a bath, so I'm queen as a whistle. Queen as a whistle, that one. And finally, knock, knock, who's there? Baby Al. Baby Al who? Baby Al will, Baby Al won't. I'm going to read that one again because it's the most poorly constructed joke I've ever read. Knock, knock, who's there? Baby Al. Baby Al who? Baby Al will, Baby Al won't. Thank you for coming to the stream. Am I going to stream next week? Baby Al will. Baby Al won't. That's so fucking funny. Yes, Zotz is still on. I have someone to raid. Okay, I'm going to send you to Zotz. You let him know what Baby Al's up to and Baby Al's whole thing. It's Baby Al, A-L. Like Al, like as in Albert. But also, Baby Al won't. Oh my God, I'm having some trouble typing today. Okay. Type slow, and then you can't make a mistake. All right. All right. It is done. I did the buttons. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed yourself. But Baby L didn't.